Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Come closer, we are going to start. We are going to start the auction now. Come closer, please. If you want to take part in this auction, you need to register. Registration is there by the corner. You can just go there and register yourself there. You can't buy in this auction if you are not registered. If you are registered, then you can buy. You need a bidding card to buy. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you still want to take part in this auction, please register there. Should I do it?
Yes, please. I'm struggling
All right.
even here behind you.
Right. Everybody, you are welcome here. We are with Mercat. Mercat, you are welcome here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to sell these things here. I'm going to sell them to the highest bidder. Hello, Remathura. Are you saying something? All right. Okay. Now we are going to sell them as they stand. We don't give any guarantor whatsoever on anything that we are selling. We are selling them as they stand. Ladies and gentlemen, please understand that there is 10% over and above the bidding price. There is 10% over and above the bidding price. There are a few vehicles here that are still owing there by the municipality, but we won't release it until we pay everything. So you will get all these vehicles at zero. We will definitely make sure that we pay everything that is owed by the vehicles. So we will do it immediately after the auction. There is 10% over and above the bidding price. Where there is papers, I will tell you there is papers. Where there is no papers, I will tell you there is no papers. I think we've got 4 lots that doesn't have papers, and all those that have papers, there is 2,500 doc fee payable on top. If you allow me, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start here. We're going down there. As we finish there, we are going to go to the big trucks, that side, the grader and the big trucks. We'll just go that side. We finish them up, and then we will do the loose items. Are we okay? Right, we will be taking, you just have to bear with me. I'll go a little bit slower because Meerkat is here. They are online, and the network is not always, so sometimes the network is going up and down. But we will like to accommodate each other and help each other on this regard. Right, I'm going to start. I'm selling that big tank there, that Jojo tank there, the first one, lot 1. Okay, we are assembly block number 1. Okay, we are where we start over 1,000. They said over 1,000 over the end, they said over 1,000 over the end, they said over 1. Okay, they said over 1,000 over the end, they said over 1,000 over the end, they said over 1,000 on that Jojo tank. On that Jojo tank over 1,000 over the end, they said over 1,000 over 1,000 over 1,2. They said over 1,200 over 1,004. Okay, they said over 1,600 over 1,600 over 1,800. And 1,800 over 1,800 over 1,200 over 2,000 over 2,002. And let's look at 2 now 2 4. And 2 days and 2 over 2 over 2 6. And 2 6 over 2 days and 1 over 2 8. And 2 8 over 2 days and a corner. And 2 8 over 2 8 over 2 8 over 3 days and 3 days and over 3,000 over 3,000 over 3 2. And 3 days and 3 100. And 3,300 over 3,002. And 3,300 over 2,002 and 3,010 3,302. Right now, going 3,200 and the total number is by a number 198 as the last. Okay, we are in lot number 2. Lot number 2 is that one, those small tanks there. Even the things you can take one or you can take both, lot number 2 and lot number 3. Even per step, you can take one or you can take both. Where do we start on the middle? Very good at the play corner. That play corner, that one, 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 5. That play corner, that one, 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 500, that one, 5 now. That play corner, that one, 500, 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 there's the Almantla. 600, that one, 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 650. And 650, that one, 650, that one, 650, that one, 650, deeper. And 650, that one, 650, that one, 7. Obviously, the one, that one, 700, that one, 7, that one, 750. And 750, that one, 750, that one, 750, that one, 750. And 750, that one, 750 now. And 750 is down there. And 750, that one, 750. And 750, that one, 750, that one, 750, 750. going 750 and the copper number is booked by a number 147. Are you taking both? He's taking only one. Number 2, lot 2. Is there anybody who wants to take the other one? Right, I'm going to start that one, lot 3. Lot 3, where you start with on 500. At 500, I got 500, I got 500, I got 500, I got 5. At 500, I got 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 500, 300. 400 ducky. At 450, I got 450, I got 500, 450, I got 450. At 450, I got 450, I got 450, I got 450. At 450, I got 450, I got 450. At 450, I got 450, I got 450, 500. At 500, I got 550. At 550, I got 550 now. At 600, I got 600. At 600, I got 600, I got 600, I got 600. Runs are going 600. My copper numerous, Senate copper, fire number 147. Okay, I'm selling the diesel Bowser. The papers are in order. I'm selling the diesel Bowser. The papers are in order. Okay, that one there on the diesel Bowser, where we started with an stay again, and more again, and so that's a flipping area where we started with an on. I don't care what people about Dyson. That's 1,000 of what 1,000 of what 5,000 of what 1,000 of what 1,000 of what 5. That's 5,000 of what 1,000 of what 1,000 of what 5,000 of what 5,000 of what 5 now. That's 5,000 of what 5,000 of what 5,5. That's 5,000 of what 6,000 of what 6,000 of what 6,000 now. That's 6,000 of what 6,5. That's 6,500 of what 6,005. That's 7,000 of what 7,000 of what 7,800. That's 7,000 of what 7,800 of what 7 now. That's 7,000 of what 7,800 does the can't. That's 7,800 of what 7,000 of what 7,5. That's 7,500 of what 7,800. That's 7,500 of what 7,500 does the can't. That's 7,500 of what 7,005. 7,800 of what 7,5. That's 7,500 of what 7,500. 7,500. Asking for 8,000. I've got 7,500. Asking for 8,000. 8,500. 8,500. I've got 8,005. Asking for 9. 8,500 is the count. I've got 8,005. At 8,500, I've got 8,500. I've got 8,500. At 8,500, I've got 8,500. I've got 8,500. As the almond flour. Almond 8. 8,500. And your number is buyer number 82. Buyer number 82. Right, lot number 5, lot number 6. Bidding per piece, you can take one or you can take both. Bidding per stack, you can take one or both. Okay, all right, thanks. That's what we need. Can't get a boy, can't get a visa. That's a different year. I can't not 5 days set. 5,000, I want 5 days, and I want 5,000, 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 I want 6,000, I want 6 days, and I want 6,500, I want 6,500 now. Oh, 6,500, I want 7,000, I want 7 days, and I want 7,500. That's 7,500, I want 7,500, I want 7,500. That's 7,500, I want 7,500, 8,000, I want 8 days, and I want 8,000, I want 8,000, I want 8,500. And 8,500, I want 8,500, I want 8,500. And 8,500, I've got 9,000. At the other days, and I've got 9,000, I've got 9,1. At 9,1, I've got 9,2. At 9,2, I've got 9,2 now. At 9,3, I've got the other days and 3. At 9,4, 9,5. At 9,5, I've got 9,6. At 9,6, 9,7, 9,8. At 9,8, I've got 9,8. At 9,8, I've got the other days and 9 days and. At 10,000, I've got 10,000, I've got 10 days and. At 10 days and, I've got 10 days and, I've got 10. At 10 days and, I've got 10,001. 10,100. At 10,002. At 10,002, I've got 10,002. At 10,002, 10,003. At 10,003, 10,004. At 10,004, I've got 10,004 is the card. At 10,005. At 10,005, I've got 10,500. At 10,600, I've got 10,006. At 10,600 is that card. At 10,600, I've got 10,007. At 10,007, I've got 10,007, 10,008. At 10,008, I've got 10,009. At 10,900, I've got 10,009. At 10,900, I've got 10,900, 11,000. At 11,000, I've got 11,000, I've got 11,1. At 11,1, I've got 11,1, I've got 11,1 now. Oh, 11,1, I've got 11,000 in honor. 11,2, I've got 11,2, 11,3. At 11,3, I've got 11,3, I've got 11,3 now. At 11,3, 11,4. 11,4, 11,5. At 11,5, I've got 11,5. At 11,5, I've got 11,5, 11,6. At 11,6, 11,7. At 11,7, I've got 11,7, I've got 11,7, 11,8. At 11,8, 11,9. At 11,9, I've got 11,009. 12,000 donkey. At 12,000, I've got 12,1. 12,100. At 12,100 as the gun. At 12,100, I've got 12,000 yen honored. There's the gun. 12,1. 12,2. 12,3. 12,4. 12,5. 12,4, I've got 12,000, I've got 12,004. At 12,4, I've got 12,400, I've got 12,4 still. Almantla. Almont 8. 12,5, donkey. 12,5, Askis. 12,7. 12,6. 12,6, I've got 12,006. At 12,600, I've got 12,010,600. I've got 12,6, I've got 12,010,600. Ranta going 12,600. And my copper number is via number 147. Are you taking one or both? She's taking both via donkey my copper. They are gone. Right, lot number 7. Lot 7 is a 1,400. On that 1,400 kegele mooi, kegele besagay alsjeblieft die heren, we gaan ons kegele mooi, kegele besagay alsjeblieft, where do we start, we gaan ons kegele mooi. Of die 1,400, I've got 1,400, where do we start, we gaan ons. And I've got 10,000 donkey. Oh, 10,000, I've got 10,000, I've got 10,000, I've got 10,000, I've got 11,000, I've got 11,000, I've got 12,000, I've got 12,000, I've got 12. At 12,000, I've got 13,000, I've got 13,000, I've got 13,000, I've got 14. At 14,000, I've got 15,000, I've got 14,000, I've got 15,000, I've got 15 now. At 15 now, 16. At 16,000, I've got 16, 17,000 now. At 18,000, I've got 18,000. At 18,000, I've got 18,000, I've got 14. At 18,000, I've got 19. 19,000, I've got 20,000. At 20,000, I've got 20,000, I've got 21. At 21,000, I've got 22. At 22,000, I've got 23 now. At 23,000, I've got 25. 25,000, I've got 26,000 now. At 27. At 27,000, I've got 28. At 28,000, 29. At 29,000, I've got 29, 30. At 30,000, I've got 30,000. At 30,000, I've got 30,000 now. At 30,000, I've got 30,000. At 30,000, I've got 31. At 31,000, I've got 31 now. Oh, 31,000, I've got 31,000, I've got 31,000 this weekend. At 31,000, I've got 31,000, I've got 31. At 31,000, I've got 31 on the 14. At 32. At 32,000, I've got 32, 33. At 33,000, I've got 33 is fresh. At 33,000, I've got 33 now. At 33,000 this weekend. At 33,000, 33. 33,000, I've got 33. 34. 33 is back, I've got 33,000 to sell a month now. 34. At 34,000, I've got 34 now, 35. At 35,000, 36. At 36,000, I've got 36. At 36,000, I've got 36 now. 36,000, there's the got 37. At 37,000, I've got 37. At 37,000, look at me. 37,000, I've got 37,000, 38. At 38,000, I've got 38 now. At 38,000, I've got 39. 39,000, 39. At 39,000, I've got 39. At 39,000, I've got 39. At 39,000, I've got 39. Magnet 4,4,000. 39,000, I've got 39,000, I've got 39. 39, 39, 39. Ranta going 39,000. My copper number is buyer number 101. Right, I'm selling the Toyota condo. On that condo there, Kegele Moy, Kegele Visarate Assablief. On that condo there, when we start off, Kegele Moy, Kegele Visarate Assablief. En ik begin met 30.000, dankie. Oh, 30,000, I want 30,000, I want 30,000, I want 35,000, I want 35,000, I want 35,000, I want 40,000, I want 45. Oh, 45,000, I want 45,000, I want 45 now. At 45,000, I want 45,000. At 45,000, I want 45 now. At 45,000, I want 45. At 45,000, I'm bidding 45 on the condo. At 45,000, I want 40, 50. At 55, at 55,000 now 60. At 55,000, I've got 55. At 55,000 on the condo, I've got 55. At 55,000, I've got 55. At 55, At 55,000, I've got 55. At 55, I've got 55 on the condo, I've got 55 as well. Alman 8. Up 55,000 on the condo.
56.
56, I've got donkey. 56,000, I've got 56,000, I've got 56. At 56,000, I've got 56 now. At 56,000, I've got 56. At 56,000, I've got 56,000, I've got 56. Yes, tell Almond plan. Almond 8. 57. I've got 57 donkey. At 57,000, I've got 57,058. 57,000, I've got 57. At 57,000, I've got 57. At 57,000, I've got 57. I've got 57,000, I've got 5757. Ranta going 57. Buyer number 147. Right next up for auction is the Toyota Hilux D4D. Okay, op die bakkie daar, so meneer, kyk julle mooi, kyk julle besigheid asseblief. En ek begin met 50,000, dankie. At 50,000, I've got 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 50. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000 of that bakkie. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000 Nemo. 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60. That's a stock station, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000. That's a stock station, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000, 65. 65,000, I've got 65 now. That's 65,000, I've got 65,000. That's 65,000, I've got 65,000, I've got 65, 70,000. That's 70,000, I've got 70,000. Up 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 75. That's 75,000, I've got 75 now. 75,000, I've got 80. 80,000, I've got 80,000, I've got 80. At 80,000, I've got 80,000. There's the I've got that, they said 80,000, I've got that, they said 80,000. Ranta 80,000. Buyer number 156. Right, I'm selling that bunch of chairs there. On those chairs, all of them together, where do we start off economics? 300, donkey. I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 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 6. 600, I've got 600, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 9. 900, I've got 900, yen Dyson. Up yen Dyson, I've got 1,000, I've got 1 1. At 1 1, I've got 1,001. Up yen. One, I've got 1,001. Happy days at the end of I've got 1,112. At 1 3, I've got 1,003, I've got 1 4. At 1 4, I've got 1,004, 1 5. Days at 5, I've got 1,005. At 1 5, I've got 1,005, 1 6. At 1 6, I've got 1 6, I've got 1,006. Tyson says, one of them got 1617. Head 17, I've got 1007. Head 17, I've got 17, I've got the 7, no, 18. Head 18, I've got 18, I've got 1008. Head 18, I've got 18, I've got 18 as he saw. Head 18, I've got 1800. And 1800, I've got 18. Head 1800 for all of them. Head 18, I've got 1800, I've got 18 as the Alman Alman 8. 19. 19. Dyson Neke, 100 as you saw. Head 19, I've got 1009. Head 19, magnet fall 2 Dyson. Dyson Neke, 100, I've got 1900, I've got 19, I've got the Dyson Neke, 100, I've got 19 as the Alman Clark. Alman 8. Dyson Neke, 100. Buyer number 101. Right, I'm doing that container there. 6-meter container. Kegele mooi, kegele we zeggen alsjeblieft. Wat genoemd, kegele mooi, kegele we zeggen alsjeblieft. And I've got 10 days and donkey. At 11,000, about 11,000, about 11,000, about 12,000, about 12,000, about 13,000, about 14,000, about 14. At 15,000, about 15 days and about 15,000, about 16,000, about 17. 17 days and about 17,000. That's all. At 17,000, about 18,000, about 19,000, about 19. At 19,000, about 19,000, about 20. 21,000, about 22. At 22,000, about 22 now. At 22,000, about 22. 23,000, I've got 23 now. At 23,000, 24. 24,000, I've got 24,000, I've got 24. At 24,000, I've got 25. At 25,000, I've got 26. At 26,000, I've got 27. At 27,000, 27,000, 28. At 28,000, I've got 28, 29. 29,000, I've got 29. 30,000, I've got 30. At 30,000, I've got 30,000. Up 30,000, I've got 30,000, I've got 30. Up 30,000, I've got 30,000. Up 30,000, I've got 30,000, I've got 30 now. Up 30,000, I've got 31. 31,000, I've got 31 now. Up 31,000, I've got 31,000. Up 31,000, 32. Up 32,000, I've got 32. Up 32,000, I've got 32 on the container. 32,000, I've got 32. At 32, I've got 32. At 32 now, at 32. 32, 32, 32, 32. Ranta go with 32,000. Then my corporate number is buyer number 15. Buyer number 50 as the boss.
Sorry. Sorry, guys.
Okay, we are taking a boy on that drink. Let's drinking water tank. On that drinking water tank, the double XL when you start on the house, taking a boy, taking a second, that's a 15 days and we say, yeah. 15 days and we say, yeah. On that takes when you start on the house. 5,000. I've got 5,000 donkey. That's 5,000, I've got 5,000, I've got 5,000, I've got 5,000, I've got 5. That's 5,000, I've got 5,000, I've got 5,000, I've got 12,000, I've got 6,000, I've got 7,000, I've got 7,000. And 8,000, I've got 8,000, I've got 8,000, I've got 9. Negen I've got 9,000, I've got Negen I've got 9 now. At Negen I've got 9,000, there's Whistle. At Negen I've got 9,000, Tim Basin. At Tim Basin, I've got 10,000, I've got 11,000, I've got 11,000. 11,000, I've got 11,000, I've got 12,000, I've got 12 now. At 12,000, I've got 13,000, 13,000, I've got 13. At 14,000, I've got 14,000, I've got 14,000, 15. At 15,000, I've got 15,000. At 15,000, I've got dark. At 15,000, I've got 15 days and I've shoulders. 15 days and I've got 16,000, I've got 60. At 16,000, I've got 17. At 17,000, I've got 17 now. 18,000, I've got 18 days and at 18 days and I've got 19. 19,000, I've got 19 days and at 19,000, I've got 19. At 19,000, I've got 19. At 19 days and I've got 19,000. That's the almond now. Almond 8. Up 19,000. Rank at 19,000, fire number 198 as the boss.
Sorry.
Right, I'm selling that Mr. Engine there. On that Mr. Engine there, when you start looking on slot number 30, slot 13, when you start looking on Skate Gilmore. On that Mr. Engine there, when you start looking on. Station run this year. Station run. 500. 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. 500, I've got 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 1,000, 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 I've got 1,000. Of the base and about 1,000, about 1,000, about the base and about 1,000 of the Lista engine. Of the base and about 1,000, about the base and about 1,000, about 1,000, asking for 1,500. Tyson Trot asking for 1,500. I've got 1,000. I'm asking for 1,500. Tyson Trot, I'm asking for 1,500. Tyson 5 on I've got 1,005. Fabian 5, I've got 1,005. Fabian Tyson 5 on I've got 1,005. Fabian Tyson 5 on I've got 1,005. Fabian Tyson 5 on I've got 1,000. Alman Clark. Alman 8. Tyson 5 on out. No more key. Buyer number 9090. Right, I'm selling lot number 14. That machine is moving nicely. Okay, on that generator there, where do we start with the noise? On that generator there, where do we start with the noise? 20,000 we say yeah, 20. 20,000 we say yeah. 15,000, 1,500. 10,000. Demand. Demand 15,000. Right. 5 you got. I've got 5,000. That's 5,000. I've got 5,000. I've got 5,000 on the generator. I've got 5,000. I've got 5,000. I've got 6,000. I've got 6,000. I've got 6,000. I've got 6 now. What's 6,000? I've got 6,000. I've got 6,000. I've got 6,000. What's 6,000? I've got 6,000. I've got 6,000. I've got 6,000. Yeah, let's just do the pass. Let's do the base. On that pass there, where do you start with the roads? Lot number 15. Lot number 15, 61 Sitcha pass. Where do you start? Radicals, KKL boy, KKL Besakait, Assembly. I've got 50, I've got 100. That you know, not I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got you know, not I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, and 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, 175, and 175, I've got 175, I've got 175, and 175, I've got 175, 200, and 200, I've got 225, and 225, 250, and 250, I've got 250, 275, and 275, 300, and 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 now, oh 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 now, and 300,000, I've got 300 now, and 300,000, I've got 300,000, 300, I've got 325. 325, I've got 325. Now 350. 350, I've got 350. 375. 375, I've got 375 now. 400,000. 400 days and I've got 400. 200 days and I've got 400. 400,000, I've got 400. 400, I've got 400,000. 410 X alpha. 400 days and I've got 410. 410, I've got 410 now. 420. 420, 430. 430, 440. 440, 450. 460. 460, I've got 460 now. You're making a big mistake. 460 is that's all. 460, I've got 460. 460, I've got 460. I've got 460. 460,000. 460,000, I've got 460,000. 460,000 going once. 460,000 for the second time. 460,000 now. Sold 460. Buyer number 157. Buyer Ranky my boss. Look, I'm selling that Trentale. That for Trentale, where you start with the nose. Lot number 16. Lot 16, 16. On that Trentale.
That's not none of you got a phone here.
On that Trentale, where you start with the nose, I've got 30,000 donkey. 30,000, I've got 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 50. 40,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 40. 40,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 40 now. 40,000, I've got 40,000, on the Trent, I've got 40. 40,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 40 now. 40,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 40. 40,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 40. 45,000 donkey. 45,000, I've got 45 on the floor. 50,000, asking for 50. I'm asking for 50,000, I've got 45. At 45, I'm asking for 50,000. At 35,000, I've got 45, asking for 50. At 45,000, asking for 50,000, I've got 45. At 35,000, I've got 45. There's the almond now. 50 donkey. At 50,000, I've got 50 now, asking for 55. You are making a mistake. 55 donkey. At 55,060 Ian. 55,000, I've got 55,000. At 55,000, I've got 55,000, I've got 45. 55,000, I've got 55,000, that's the Almond now. Almond 8. 55,000. Buyer number 145. Right, I'm doing that grader. On that grader there, ladies and gentlemen, in very good condition when we started on Skegel Moy, Kegel Assembly. On that grader now when we started on. And I've got 100 donkey. Have you 100? I've got 100, I've got 100. 110 asking for 110, about 110, I've got 120, and 120, I've got 130, I've got 130, I've got 130, 140, and 140, I've got 140, I've got 140 now, and 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, 160, and 160, I've got 170, I've got 170, 180, and 180, I've got 190, I've got 190, 200, up to your honor, I've got 200, I've got to your honor, 210, 220, at 220, I've got 230, I've got 230, 240, at 240, I've got 240, 250, at 250, I've got 260, at 260 now, 270, at 270, I've got 280, at 280 now, at 280, at 280, 290, at 290, at 300, I've got 3,000, at 300, I've got 300, I've got 300,000 now, at 300, I've got 310, at 320, at 320, I've got 330, at 330, I've got 330 now, at 330, 340, at 340, I've got 350, at 360, at 360, I've got 360 now, at 360, 370, at 370, I've got 370, 380, at 380, I've got 380 now, at 3,300, 380, at 380, 390, at 390, I've got 390,000, 390, I've got 390, at 390, I've got 390, I've got 390 now, 390,000 on the TLB, 390, I've got 390, I've got 390. At 390,000, I've got 400 donkey. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400. At 400, I've got 410. At 410, I've got 410. I've got 410, I've got 410. I've got 410. Is the almond flour? Almond 8. 410,000, buyer number 102. All right, we are now going to the truck. On that truck there, where do we start with the notes? On that truck there, where do we start with the notes? And I've got 50,000 donkey. That's 50,000. I've got 60,000. I've got 70,000. I've got 70,000. I've got 70,000. I've got 70. That's 70,000. I've got 80,000. I've got 80,000. I've got 80. And 80,000. I've got 80,000. I've got 90. 90,000. I've got 90,000. I've got 90. 100. I've got 100. At 100. I've got 100. I've got 100. At 110. 110 days. I've got 110. At 110,000. I've got 110. As is 120. At 120. I've got 130. At 130. I've got 130. I've got 130. At 130. I've got 130. I've got 130 now. 130,000, I've got 130. At 130, yes, it's 135. At 135, 140. At 140, I've got 145. At 145, I've got 145, 150. At 150, I've got 155, 160. At 160, I've got 165. At 165, at 165, I've got 165, 170. At 170, I've got 170, 175. At 175, I've got 175, 180. At 180, I've got 180, I've got 180 now. At 180, I've got 180, I've got 180. 180,000, I've got 180. At 180, I've got 180 as an almond club. Almond 8. 180,000, buyer number 119 is the boss. Lot number 19. A cattle truck for a gate truck. Lot number 19. Lot 19. 50,000, they say yeah. 50,000, asking for 50,000. 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50. 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 3 trucks. Up take that taste and about 50,000 about take that taste and about 50. Up take that taste and about take that taste and about 50 taste and about 50. Up 50,000 about take that taste and about 50,000 about 60,000 now. At 60,000 about 70,000 about 70,000 now. That's even that taste and about 70,000 about 70. Up 7 that taste and about 70,000 about 70 now. Up 70,000 about 80. 80,000 about that taste and 80,000 about 80,000 about 80. At 80,000 about 80,000 there's Deacon. At that taste and about 80,000. At 80,000 about 80,000. At 80,000 about 80,000 about 80,000 of the Trocky. At 80,000 about 80,000. At 80,000 that taste and 80,000 about 80,000 there's Almantla. Alman 8. 80,000. 175. Right, I'm doing the tipper truck. On the tipper truck there, the Toyota tipper truck, where do we start with an ons? Oh, that tipper truck there, so many are in the bull nose, where do we start with an ons? Kegel and Moy, Kegel and Besarita Assembly, of the tipper truck. I've got 60,000 donkey. Yes, just stop this and I want 70,000, I want 70,000, I want 80,000, I want 80,000, I want 90,000, I want 90,000, I want 100, I want 110. 110 days and I want 110, I want 110 now. At 110, I want 110, I want 110 now. At 110 days and I want 110. At 110, I want 110, I want 110. At 110, I want 110, 120. At 120, I want 120 now. 120 days and I want 120. At 120,000, I want 120. At 120, I want 120. 120 for the trophy. At 120,000 about 120 asking for 130. At 120 about 120 asking for 130 about 120 asking for 130. 120. Ronta going 120,000 by a number 79 as the boss. Right, let's do the water truck. For the red truck, the water truck, there when we started on 50,000. 50,000, I've got 50. Yeah, 50,000, I've got 60. That's just 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60. That's just 60,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 80. 80,000, I've got 80,000, I've got 90,000, I've got near 30,000. At 90,000, I've got near 30,000. At 90,000 on the water truck. At 90,000, I've got 90,000, there's Deacon. At near 30,000, I've got 90,000. At 90,000, I've got near 30,000, 100,000. At 100, I've got 100, I've got 100. At 100, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 110. 110, I've got 110, I've got 110 now. At 110, I've got 110, I've got 110 now. At your 110 days, I've got 110 is yours. At 110, I've got 110. At your 110, I've got 110 now. At your 110 days, I've got 110. 115, 115, I've got 120. 125 I will take. 120 asking for 125. Donkey, I've got 125 now. 130 asking for 135. 130, yes, he's I've got 130 now. Again, one of them there that they said. At 130, down 130. At 130, one water truck. At 130, I've got 130, I've got 130. At 130, I've got 130, I've got 130, I've got 130, I've got 130 as an almond truck. 130 as is so. Ranta going 130,000. Buyer number 145 as the boss. Lot number 22. Lot number 22. Right after this cherry picker, 4 cherry picker, lot number 22. Lot number 22, cherry picker, where we start on it. I've got Delta Tyson Ducky. Yeah, 3,000, I want 30,000, I want 30,000, I want Delta Tyson, I want 30,000, I want 30. That's 30,000 over 30,000 over 30,000 over 30,000 over 30,000 now. That's 30,000 over 30,000 over 30,000 over 30. That's 30,000 over 30,000 asking for 40. 30,000 I was asking for 40,000 I was asking for 35. 30,000 there's Nick Underwood asking for 35, I've got 30, 40 donkey. That's 40,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60. 55,000, I've got 55,000, I've got 55. That's 55,000, I've got 55, 60. That's 60,000, I've got 65. 65, I've got 65, 70. Look at me, 70. I've got 65 this side. 65,000, I want 65,000, I want 65. That's 65,000, I want 65,000, I want 65. That's 65,000, I want 65,000, I want 65 now. That's 65,000, 65 as an almond now. Almond 8. Up 65,000, 65. Ranka going 65. No more. Buyer number 145. Right, I'm selling the caravan. Lot number 2323. On this caravan da dominere kegele mooi kegele vesagheid alsjeblieft. Op die caravan da dominere kegele mooi kegele vesagheid alsjeblieft. Waar we starten van ons. On de caravan da waar we starten van ons kegele mooi. Op de caravan kida souvenir where we started with ons kegele mooi kegele vesagheid alsjeblieft. I've got 5,000 ducky. At 5,000 I've got 5,000 I've got 6,000 I've got 6,000 I've got 7,000 I've got 7,000 I've got 8,000 I've got 8,000 I've got 9,000 I've got 9,000 I've got 10,000 I've got 10. At 10,000 I've got 11,000 I've got 11,000 as you saw. At 11,000 I've got 11,000 I've got 11. 11,000 I've got 11,000 I've got 11,000 12,000. At 12,000 I've got 12,000 that's case. At 12,000 I've got 12,000 I've got 12. At 12,000 I've got 12,000 on the caravan. At 12 days and I've got 12 days and I've got 12,000. At 12 days and I've got 12,500. At 12,500 I've got 12,500 now. At 13 days and I've got 13 days. At 13,000 there's the gun. At 13,500. At 13,500 14. At 14,000 I've got 14. At 14,000 I've got 14 now. At 15 days and I've got 14,500. 14 days, yes, I've got 14,000, I've got 14, 14,500. 50. I've got 14 and a half, I'm asking for 50. 15,000 donkey. At 15 days and I've got 15,000, I've got 15 days and at 15 days and I've got 15,000, I've got 15 days and that's an almond 16. 16,500. 16,000, I've got 16,000, I've got 15. That's 16,000, I've got 16,000, I've got 16,000, I've got 16. That's 16,000, I've got 16,000, I've got 16. That's 16 days and I've got 16,000, I've got 16. Yes, got almond now. Almond 8. Of 16,000. Ranta going 16,000. Then the proper number is buyer number 118. We are going that side.
Because it's cold. Thank you.
Right, I'm doing this grader. On this caterpillar grader there where we started looking on Skagel and more, taking a Vesarate assembly. Of that grader now, on our station, 100,000 asking for 110. At 100,000 of 100,000, 110 of 120 of 120. At 120 of 110 of 130 of 130 of 130. At 130 asking 140. At 130 of 130 of 130 of 130 asking for 140. At 130 of 130 of 130 of 130. At 130 of asking for 140 of 130. At 130 of 140. At 140 of 140 of 140 now. At 140 of 140 of 140. At 150 of 150 of 150. At 150 of 150 of 150. At 150 of 150. At 150 of 150 now. At 150 160. At 160 online. At 160 of 160 of 160 online. At 160 of 160 of 170. At 170 of 170 of 170 now. 170 based on 170 180. At 180 online. At 180 of 180 of 180 of 180 190. 110 based on 190. At 190,000 of 190 now. Asking for 200,000 of 200 of 200 of 210. At 210 of 210 now. At 210 based on 210. At 220 of 220 online. At 220 of 220. At 220 of 220 of 220 now. At 220 of 220 230. At 230 of 230 now. At 230 of asking for 240. At 240 of 240 now. At 240 of they said. At 240 of 240 of 240 250. At 250 of 250 asking for 260. At 250 of 260. At 260 of 260 of 260 now. At 260 of 260 270. 270 of 270 now. 300 days on donkey. Oh, 300 of 310. At 310 of 310 now. At 310 of 310 of 320. At 320 of 320 online. At 320 of 320. At 320 330. At 320 of 330 of 330 now. At 330,000. 330,000 of 330. At 330 340. At 340 of 350. 350 is on the floor. At 370 donkey. At 370 of 370 now. At 370 of 370 asking for 380. 370 of 370 on the floor. At 370 of 370 of 370. At 370 of 380 donkey. At 380 of 380. At 380 of 380,000. At 380 of 380. At 380 of 380 of 380 now. 380,000 of 380. At 380 of 380 of 380 asking for 390. I've got 390 online. 390, I've got 390 donkey. 390, I've got 390 now. Magnet for 400. 400 donkey. Doesn't matter. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400 asking for 400 and dinner. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 4. At 410, 410 is online. At 410, I've got 410 dinner. At 410, I've got 410 is worth it. At 410, I've got 410. 420, I've got 420 on the floor. At 420, I've got 420. At 420, I've got 420 now. At 420, I've got 420. Asking for 430. At 420, asking for 430. At 420, asking for 420. At 420, asking for 430. 420 is there. I've got 420. At 420 going once. 430, I've got 430 now. At 430, I've got 430. At 430, I've got 430. At 430, I've got 430, I've got 430 now. 450. 450, I've got 450. 500. 500 and what 500 and what 5 now. It's 500 and what 500 and what 5. It's 500 and what 500 and what 500 on the trader. It's 500 and what 500 and what 5. It's 500 and what 500 and what 500 and what 500 and what 5 is the almond now. Almond 8. 500. What is the number? 141. Quarter number 141. Right on doing this trailer. On this trailer there, where do we start on the grounds? I've got 50,000 donkey. 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60, 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70,000, there's Deacon. That's 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70,000. That's 70,000, I've got 70,000 on this big trailer. What on the trailer, I've got 70,000, I've got 70. 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70 now. That's 70,000, I've got 70,000 on this big trailer. That's 70,000, I've got 80. 80,000, I've got 90,000, I've got 90,000. At 90,000, I've got 90,000, I've got 90 now. At 90,000, I've got 90,100. At 100, I've got 110. 110 days, and I've got 110 now. At 110 days, and I've got 110, 20. At 120, I've got 120, 30. At 130, I've got 130. At 130, 140. 140, I've got 150,000. At 150 days, and I've got 150 now. At 150 days, and I've got 150. At 150, 160. 170,000, I've got 170. At 170,000, I've got 170. 175, I've got 175, 180. At 180, I've got 180, I've got 185. At 185, I've got 185, 190. At 190, I've got 190, I've got 190. At 190, I've got 190 now. At 190, I've got 195. At 195, 200. Up to 100, I've got 210. At 210, I've got 210 now, 220. At 220, I've got 210, I've got 220. At 220, I've got 220 now, 230. At 230, I've got 210 delta. At 230, I've got 235. At 235. At 235, at 235, I've got 235. At 235, I've got 235 is the Almond Club. Almond 8, 235. Buyer number 147 is the boss. Right, let's do the Mercedes truck. On the truck, lot number 26. This truck is deregistered. It's a code 3. The truck is deregistered. It's a code 3. Where do you start Wagafadon's cake in a boy, cake in a Vesaring assembly? Papers are in order, but the truck is a code 3. Where do you start Wagafadon's cake in a boy, cake in a Vesaring assembly? Yeah, we're good. On that truck there, where do we start Wagafadon's cake in a boy, cake in a Vesaring assembly? 200 days and 200. 200 days and we say, yeah. On this tipper truck, I'm asking for 200, 200. 200 days and I've got 200 donkey. At 200 days and I've got 200,000, I've got 200 days and I've got 200 days and I've got 2. At 200 days and I've got 200, I've got 200,000, I've got 200, I've got 200 days and the truck is deregistered. Is deregistered. Not interested. Let's move to lot number 27. Lot 27. Okay, Minero, lot number 27. There is no papers. No papers. On the tipper truck, no papers. But the tipper truck is working 100%. On the tipper truck there, where we start working on lot number 27. On the bullnose there, where we start working on the Mercedes truck, where we start working on Kegel more, Kegel Besarita, please. On our days and we say, yeah. Op, die trok daar zo meneer, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft. Waar die staan beginnen ons. Op, die trok daar zo meneer, waar die staan beginnen ons, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft, 50.000. 50.000 wie zei ja. 50.000 wie zei ja. 50,000, dank u. Ja, kort 50,000 en wat 50,000 en wat 50,000 en wat 50. Het 50,000 en wat 50,000 en wat 50,000 en wat 50,000 door die trok. Het 50,000 en wat 50,000 en wat 50,000. Het 50,000 en wat 50,000 en wat 50. Het 50,000 en wat 50,000 en wat 50 nou. Het 50,000 en wat 60,000 en wat 60 nou. Het 60,000 en wat 60,000 en wat 60. Het 60,000 en wat 60,000. Zoek je dat niet trokken? Zoek je dat niet trokken?
Senu times 2. Senu.
Right, I'm selling this Navarabaki. Right, op die Navarabaki, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft. Op die Navarabaki, daar zo meneer, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft meneer, op die Navarabaki. Op die Navarabaki, daar waar we staan beginnen ons, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft. Op die Navarabaki, daar waar we staan beginnen ons, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft, 100,000, 100. 100,000, wie zei ja. 100,000, asking for 110. 100,000 over 100,000 over 100,000 over 100. Up your 100,000 over 100,000 over 100,000 over 100. Up your 100,000 over 100,000 over 100,000 over 100 over 100,000 over 100 over 120. 120,000 over 120,000 over 120. 120,000 over 120. Up your 120,000 over 120. And 120 for 120 for 120,000. That's the kind of 120. Up the number of 120,000 of 120 is the Almantla. Almond 8. 120,000. Buyer number 141. But right, we are going to the tractor.
The check is 42 and the
Right, lot number 30. On this caravella, they were started with those Kegel more Kegel Vesahita Sabli for that caravella key. Up that caravella, where we started with those Kegel more Kegel Vesahita Sabli for that caravella, they were we started with those 100,000 we say ya. 100,000 we say ya. 100,000 we say ya. On the Caravella there, I've got 100,000 asking for 110. 100,000 asking for 115,000. 100,000. 100,000 now. 50,000, 50. I've got 50 donkey. 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, asking for 60. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60. At 50,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 60,000 now. At 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got 70. 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70 now. 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70 now. At 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70. At 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70. At 70,000, I've got 70,000 down the boy Caravella. At 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70 now. Up 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70. Up 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 70,000. 75. 75,000, I've got 75,000, I've got 75. That's 75,000, I've got 75 now. That's 75,000, I've got 75. That's 75,000, I've got 75. That's 75,000, I've got 75,000, I've got 75. Just say Almantla. Almont 8. 75,000. Fire number 141. Right, I'm doing that Hilux. On that Hilux there, where do we start everything else?
Ik ga wat ze.
On that Hilux there, where do we start everything else? And I've got 30,000 donkey. Oh, 30,000, I've got 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 30. 30,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 40,000, I've got 40. At 40,000, I've got 40,000, 50. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50 now. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50 now. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50. At 50,000, I've got 50,000 on the Hilux. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50 now. At 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50,000. That's 50,000 on the Hilux, I've got 50. That's 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50 now. That's 50,000, I've got 50,000, I've got 50. That's 50, 60. That's 60,000, I've got 60,000. There's Deacon. That's 60,000, 62. 52,000 donkey. That's 52,000, I've got 52. That's 52,000, I've got 52. That's 52, I've got 52,000, I've got 55. 55,000, I've got 55. That's 55,000, I've got 55 as this time. That's 55,000, I've got 55. That's 55,000, I've got 55. That's 55,000, I've got 55 now. That's 55,000 on the Hilux. That's 55,000, I've got 55. That's 60. 60,000. 68, 68,000. Huh? 68,000, I've got 68. That's 68,000, I've got 60. Calm is this one bidding, it's not me. 65 was there. 68. 65 is there. 65, I've got 60. How much was it? 55. 55 is this side. 55. 58. What 58? 58,000. 58. 58,000, I've got 58,000, I've got 58. That's 58,000, I've got 58,000, I've got 58,000, I've got 58. That's the Alman Club. Alman 8. 58,000. Number 156. 156. Right, we are going to do the track at the back. We are going to do the 3 there at the back. You can just reverse. Do the 3 in the track. Oh, the tractor. Lot number 32 is. Lot 32. Lot number 32 on the big tractor there. Where do you start on the cross?
Sorry.
Lot number 32 on the big tractor. Where do we start on the cross? On that big tractor there, where do we start on the cross? Lot number 32. Lot 32. Remember, next week on the 18th, we've got a big auction in Mahikeng High-Tech Workshop in Chicago. We've got a big auction there. There's a lot of things there, tractors, trucks, everything will get there at that auction. Next week on the 18th, Mahikeng at High-Tech Workshop. High-Tech Workshop, you can talk to us, we can give you the location and everything. Right, I'm selling that tractor there, on the big tractor there, when we started with ons. Hop that tractor down, don't be
Sorry.
taking them more, taking the best of it as a blue 50. Hop 50,000, I'm still for 50,000, 50,000, about 50,000, about 50. Hop 50,000, about 50,000, about 50,000, about 50,000, about 50. Hop 50,000, about 50,000, about 50,000, 60. Hop 60,000, about 50,000, about 60,000, about 60. Hop 60,000, about 60,000, about 60,000, that's the almond class. Almond 8, 141. Sir. I'm going to sell that truck with crane there, the crane truck there at the back. And I'm going to sell all the three there at the corner, and then we'll go to that crane truck.
Well, sorry, say. Mountain? Okay, lager.
I've got 20,000. 20,000. 20,000 asking for 25. 20,000 asking for 25. 25,000 20. 30,000 is on the other side. 30,000 something is 30. 30,000 I'm asking for 30. I'm here. 30,000 something 35, 30,000 asking for 35. 30,000 asking for 35, 30,000. There's a patient asking for 35, 30,000. 30,000 asking for 35, I've got 35. 40, 45. 45 for the MD. 50,000 I'm bidding 55. 50,055. Up 55, I've got 55. Up 55, 60. 50,000, I'm bidding 60. Up 50,000, I've got 50,000 on the MP. Up 50,000, I've got 60. Up 50,000, I've got 60,000. Up 60,000, I've got the stock patient. Up the stock patient, I've got 60 now. Up the stock patient, I've got 60,000. Up 60,000, I've got 60,000, I've got the stock patient. 60,000 on PFP. The stock patient. On the MD, I've got 60,000, now 65, asking for 65. 60,000 asking for 65. 60,000 I'm asking for 65 on the MP. On the MP 200 I got 60,000 asking for 65. First up they said there's also got 60,000 asking for 65. 61. I've got 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 65,000 asking for 66. 65,000 asking for 66. 65,000 I got 65. That's 65, I got 65, I said, I'm on top. I'm on 8. 55,000 buyer 141. Right, I'm doing this man truck. On the truck, they take a boy, take a bit of assembly for that man tipper truck. On that man tipper truck, there where we start working on 200,000, 200,000 this year. 100,000 donkey. I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 125, 125. 150, I've got 150, 175, I've got 175, I've got 175. At 175, I've got 175, 200, I've got 300, I've got 200, I've got 225. At 225, I've got 225, I've got 225. At 225, I've got 225, 250. At 250, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 250, I've got 250 now. At 250, 275. At 275, I've got 275 now, 300. At 300, I've got 325. At 325, I've got 325 now. At 325, I've got 325. 325, I've got 325 now, 350. At 350, I've got 350, 375. At 375, I've got 375 now. At 375, I've got 375. At 375, I've got 375. At 375, I've got 375. 375,000. At 375, I've got 375. At 375, I've got 375 now. 375, 400. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 4 now. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 425. At 425, at 425, I've got 425. 425, I've got 425, 450. At 450, I've got 450 now. At 450,000. 450 is cheap. At 450,000. At 450 for this truck. At for the main truck, I've got 450, 460. 450, I've got 450, 460. 460, I've got 460 now. At 460, I've got 460. At 460, I've got 460, I've got 460 now. At 460, I've got 460, I've got 460 now. At 460, 470. 470, I've got 470 now. 470,000, I've got 470. At 470, I've got 470, 480. 470, I've got 470, I've got 470. At 470, I've got 470, I've got 470 now. At 470, I've got 470, I've got 470 as well. Alman Clark, Alman 8. 470,000 buyer number 141. Right, I'm doing the grader. On the grader there where you start looking on stage and the boy taking the surrender assembly. On the grader there where you start looking on. On the JCB, where you start looking on stage and the boy.
See ya.
100,000 this year. 100,000.
See ya.
JCB, I've got 110. 110 days and I've got 110. I've got 110. I've got 110. I've got 110 days and I've got 110. I've got 110. I've got 120. I've got 130. At 130, I've got 130. I've got 130. I've got 140. I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150. 160. At 160, I've got 160. I've got 160 now. 170. At 170, I've got 170 now. At 170, I've got 180. At 180, I've got 180. 190. At 190, I've got 190 now. 110 days and I've got 190. At 190, I've got 190. I've got 190 now. At 190, I've got 190. I've got 190. At 190, to your honor. At 200, I've got 200. I've got to your honor. At 200, I've got 210. At to your honor, 10. I've got 210. I've got 210 now. To your honor, 10 days. At 210, I've got 210 now. At 210, I've got 210. At 210, I've got 230. At 230, I've got 230. At 230, I've got 230. At 230, I've got 230. I've got 230. At 230, I've got 230 now. At 230, 240. 240,000. At 240,000, I've got 240. At 240, I've got 240. 240 as well. Alman Clark. Alman 8. 240. Buyer number 147. Right? Right, and this crate truck. Number. Number.
Ada akong cake. Yeah.
Right, I'm selling that green trailer there, cattle trailer. On that trailer there, where do we start up with on Skegel more Kegel Vesarita assembly for the cattle trailer? Yeah, they're still numbering this one, it will be 32. Right on that cattle trailer. Right on the cattle trailer there. On that cattle trailer there, where do we start on the Grons, Kegel more Kegel Vesarita assembly? On that cattle trailer, they have got 5,000, thank you. At 5,000, about 5,000, about 5,000, about 5 days, and about 5,000, about 5. At 5 days, and about 5,000, about 5 days, and about 5,000, about 5,000 on the cattle trailer. At 5,000, about 6,000, about 6,000, about 6,000, about 6 now. At 6,000, about 6,000, about 7,000, about 7 days, and about 7. At 7 days, and about 7,000, about 7,000, about 7, 8 now, 9. At days, and about 9,000, about 11 days, at 10 days, and about 10,000, about 10 days, and about 10 now. Up 10 days, and about 10 days, and about 10 now. Up 10 days, and about 10 days, and about 10. Up 10 days, and about 10,000, about 10,000, 11. 11,000, about 11,000, about 11. Up 11,000, about 11,000 down the cattle trailer. At 11,000, about 11,000 there's this side. At 12,000, about 12 now. 12 days, and about 12,000, about 12. At 12 days, and about 12,000 down the cattle trailer. At 12,000, about 12 days, and about 12 now. At 12,000, about 12,000. Up 12,000 asking for 12,500. 12,000 I'm asking for 12,500. I'm at 12,000 I'm asking for 12,500 at 12,000. That's the almond flour. Almond eggs. Truck. On this truck, where do you start off and all Skegel Mall, Kegel Vesarel Assembly? On this crane truck there, where do you start off and all Skegel Mall, Kegel Vesarel Assembly for the crane truck? On that truck, I've got 30,000 donkey. At 50,000, I got 50,000, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75, I got 100, I got 100. Up here on it, I got 125, I got 125. At 125, I got 125 now. 125, I've got 125. At 125, I've got 125. At 125, I've got 125 now. At 125, I've got 125. 150. 150, I've got 150, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150 on the crane truck. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150 now. If you know 150, I've got 150 as Deacon. If you know 175, 175, I've got 180, I've got 180, I've got 180 now. At 180, I've got 190. 190, I've got 300 days, and I've got 210. 210, I've got 210, 215, 215, 220, 220, I've got 225, 225 now. 300 donkey, 300 days, 300,000 of 300, 300 days flyer donkey, 300,000 of 300, 300,000 of 300, 300 days of 300,000 almanza, 300 days of 300,000 you all done it out. 300,000, 300 days and 310, 310 itself one. 305, 300 of what 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 300 is Almond Law. Almond 8, 300 Tyson. Buyer number 141. We are going to do the loose assets now. The loose assets, we are going to them now. They said, 1,000 over the Dason over 1,000 over the Dason over 1,000 over 1. Up your Dason over 1,000 over the Dason over 1,000 over 1,000 over 1,000 over 1 1. At 1 1 over 1,001. Up your Dason the north over 1,100 over 1 1. At 1 1 over 1 2. Dason to your north over 1,002. At 1,000 to your north over 1 2 now. Up your Dason to your north over 1,002 and this on this pencil. At 1,000 to your north over 1,002. At your Dason to your north over 1,002. Up your Dason 10 to your honor 1,010 to your honor 1 3 at 1 3 are you together 1 3 I've got the end days and 3 honor of God 1,003 at the end days and 4 honor of God 1,004 now at the end days and 4 honor of God 1,004 at 1 4 I've got 1,004 honor of God 1 5 days and 4 honor of God 1,004 honor of God 1,004 at the end days and 4 honor of God 1,004 honor of God 1,004 at 1 4 I've got 1 yeah At 1,400, I've got 1,400, I've got 1,004. Up yen days at 400, I've got yen days at 400, I've got 1,4. Up yen 4, I've got 1,400, I've got 1,4, I've got 1,004. Asking for 1,500.
What number is this? The lot number?
What was the lot number?
Jua, kagara mo.
1,500 faith on I've got 1,000 faith on I've got 1,500 head 1,500 I've got 1,500 I've got 1,500 head 1,500 I've got 1,000 faith I've got 1,500 head 1,500 I've got 1,000 head 1,500 I've got 1,000 faith on I've got 1,500 head 1,500 I've got 1,016 Dyson says 1,700 head 1,700 I've got 1,007 head Ian Dyson CV 1 I've got 1,007 head 1,700 I've got 1,700 Farouk 1,800 head 1,800 I've got 1,008 1,900 to a Dyson donkey up to a Dyson I've got 2,000 I've got 2,000 up to a Dyson I've got 2,000 I've got 2 a Dyson up to a Dyson I've got 2,000 I've got 2,000 I've got 2,100 at 2,100 I've got 2,000 yen honor at 2,200 at 2,200 now 2,300 2,300 I've got 2 a Dyson 3 at 2 a Dyson honor 2,500 at 2,500 I've got 2 a Dyson 5 honor at 2,600 I've got 2,600 I've got 2 a Dyson 2,700 at 2,700 I've got 2,700 I've got 2,700 3 Dyson 3 Dyson I've got 3,000 I've got 3,000 now oh 3,000 I've got 3 Dyson I've got 3,000 I've got 3,000 dat is hulle almal klaar almal 8 op 3,000 rond dat 3,000 number 141 right I'm selling this one here where we start begin ons on this one here where we start begin ons kyk julle mooi kyk julle besigheid asseblief lot number 33 where do we start begin ons on this one here where do we start begin ons kyk julle mooi on this one here where do we start begin ons kyk julle mooi 500 donkey. I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, At 550, at 550, I've got 550. At 550, I've got 550. At 550, I've got 550, I've got 550. At 550, I've got 550, I've got 550, I've got 550, I've got 550, 600. Seven. Yeah, 700 of what 750. That's 750, 800, and 850, 89, 50, at 950 of what 150, at Dyson Run 50, at 1,050 I've got 1,050, at 1,050 I've got 1,050, at 1,1, at 1,1 I've got 1,150, at 1,50 I've got 1,150, at 1,150 I've got 1,150. Ranta 1,150 buyer number 60 SD bars. Right, 90, askies. Buyer number 90, koper nommer 90. Okay, meneer, I'm selling this one, I'm selling the toilet. On the toilet, there where we start our ons. On those, the toilet, there where we start our ons. Kyk julle mooi, kyk julle besigheid, asseblief 500. 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5 now. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. Yeah, 34. That 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. That 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 400, 400, 300, 300, 200, Farouk. 50 rand. I've got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50, 100, I've got yen on earth, I've got 100. Up yen on earth, I've got 100, I've got yen on earth, I've got 100. Up yen on earth, I've got 100, I've got yen on earth, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got yen on earth, I've got 100. Is the Alman klaar. Alman 8. 100. Buyer number 301. Right, I'm selling this one here. Where do you start of ons? On that deck, on this one hier waar we staan, we gaan ons kyk julle mooi, kyk julle besigheid asseblief. On this one here where we start off ons. Lot 35. Lot number 35 where we start off ons. Kyk julle mooi, kyk julle besigheid asseblief. Lot number 35 where we start off ons. 200, 200. 100 rand, 100. Dankie. I've got you no north of 100 of what you no north of 100 of what 1. Have you no north of 100 of what you no north of 100 of what you honor. At 100 of what 100 of what you no north of what 100 of what 100 of what 100 is the Almantlar. Alman 8. 100. You will Alman Fat. Is there anybody interested on these lots? Or should we just go there?
It doesn't matter. You can choose.
Okay, I've got 100 on this one. 100 of what you know, I've got 100 of what you honor on this one. At 100 I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, 200 I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250 I've got 250, I've got 250, I've got 250. At 250 I've got 250, I've got 250. At 250 I've got 250, I've got 250, I've got 250. At 250 I've got 250, I've got 250. At 300, at 300 I've got 300, I've got 350. At 350 I've got 350. At 350 I've got 350, I've got 350. At 350 I've got 350, I've got 350 now. At 350 I've got 350. At 350 I've got 354. At 400 as kiss. At 400 I've got 450. At 450 I've got 455. At 500 I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 550. At 550 I've got 550. At 550 I've got 550, I've got 550. At 550 I've got 550, I've got 550 as well. Alman Klar. Alman 8, 5 and 50. 550 number. Buyer number 164. Huh? 90. Buyer number 90. Right, I've got 100 on the 90. 100 I've got you honored. Lot number 37. 100 I've got you honored. I've got 100 I've got you honored is Jone. At 100 I've got 100 I've got you honored. At 100 I've got you honored. I've got 100 I've got you honored. I've got 100 I've got 100 as well. Almantlar. 150. 200. To your honored I've got 200 I've got 2. 250. 300. 350. 350, I've got 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 350 as well. Alman Klar. Alman 8, 350. Buyer number 164. Right, I'm selling this machine. I'm selling this brick making machine. On this brick making machine, blood number 38. Lot number 38. Ian Decent. Decent round about 1,000 about Ian Decent about 1,000 about Ian Decent. Up Ian Decent about 1,000 about Ian Decent about 1,000. Up Ian Decent about Ian Decent about Ian Decent about 1,1. At 1,1 I've got 1,000, 1,1,2. At 1,2 I've got 1,002. At Ian Decent 3 honors I've got 1,2 now. At 1,3 I've got 1,003. Ian Decent 3 honors I've got 1,003, 1,4. Decent 4 honors I've got 1,004. At 1,5 I've got Ian Decent 5 honors 1,6. At 1,6 I've got 6. 1,7 I've got Ian. At 180, for 180, for 180, for 19. Dyson Nero, not of what 2 days said. Up to your Dyson of what 2,000 of what 2 days and of what 2 now. Up to your Dyson of what 2 days and of what 2,000 of what 2,1. At 2,1 of what 2,100. At 2,1 is that's of what 2 days and in honor. At 2,2. At 2,2 I've got 2 days and 2,3. At 2,3 I've got 2,3, 2,4. At 2 days and 4 honor 2,5, 2,6. At 2,6 I've got 2,6 now. At 2,7 I've got 2 days and 0. At 2,8 I've got 2 days and 8 honor. At 2,8 I've got 2,9. At 2,9 3 days and at 3,000 is cheap. At 3 days and I've got 3,1. At 3,1 3,2. At 3,2 3,3. At 3,3 I've got 3,4. At 3,5. At 3,5 I've got 3,6. At 3,6 now 3,7. 3,7 I've got 3,7 3,8. 3,9. At 3,9 I've got 4,000. 4,000. At 4,1, at 4,2, at 4,2 now 4,3, at 4,3 I've got 4,4, at 4,4, 4,5, 4,000, 4,005, 4,6, at 4,6 I've got 4,6 now 4,7, at 4,7 I've got 4,8, at 4,8 I've got 4,8, 4,9.
4-8, I've got 4-9. At 4-9, I've got 4,009, 5,000 now. At 5,000, I've got 5-1. At 5-1, I've got 5,000 Ian Honor. At 5,010 Ian Honor, I've got 5,100. Ranta going 5,100. And my quarter number is 78. Right, I'm selling this tank. Lot number 39. I've got 100 donkey. Hop, you know, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 150, I've got 150, 50, what 3, what 3 now? 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, that's the almond klaar. Up 300, right, going 300, buyer number 90. Buyer number 90. Right, we are now at number 40. Lot number 40. Lot number 40. Where do we start with the Knowles? All those things there, where do we start with the Knowles? Okay, Miniere, on those things there, where do we start with the Knowles for the lot? For that lot, lot number 40. At lot number 40, where do we start with the Knowles? Honor of 100, honor of 200, 200, 2. 200 of the lot. 200 here. Honor round 100. I've got 50 donkey. 50 I got 50, I got 50. At 50 I got 50 for the yellow lot. At 50 I got 50, I got 100, I got 100, I got 150. At 150 I got 150, I got 150, 200. Up to 100 I got 200, I got 200, I got 250. At 250 I got 250, I got 250. At 250 I got 150, I got 250. At 250 I got 250, I got 250, I got 250. Run to 250. The number for buy number 1. You are the first year. Right? Right, I'm selling lot number 41. Lot number 41 is that zinc there. On that zinc there, where do we start with an ons kegelemoy? Op, that zinc there, where do we start with an ons kegelemoy? Kegelebesagit alsjeblieft. I've got 50 donkey. At 50, 100, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150. At 150, 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 250, I've got 250, 300. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 350, 450. At 450, I've got 450, 500, I've got 500. And 50. At 550, I've got 556. At 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 600. At 600, I've got 6. At 600, I've got 600. 6 now. That's a order about 600, about 600, about 600, about 600. That's the Alman Klar. Alman 8, 600. No more. 141. Lot 42. Lot number 42. Right in the windows there. On windows, lot number 42. Those wind frames, we start over on Skegel Moy, Kegel Besari, I believe. On those wind frames, we start on Skegel. Selling them as a lot, where do we start over on Skegel Moy? To your honor, we say yeah. 200, we say yes. 100, 100, 20, about 40, at 40, and what 40, and what 40, at 40, and what 40, and what 40, at 46, and I got 66 now, 40, what is your one up your not of what you know, had you know not of what 100 month long. 20, 1, 2, I've got 200, 20, 222, yeah, 240, I've got 200, 240 now. At 240, I've got 240 now. At 260, I've got 260. At 260 now. At 260, I've got 280. At 280, 300. Up to 400, I've got 3 now. 320. At 320, I've got 320. 320, I've got 320. I've got 320. At 3, I've got 330. At 460. 60, I've got 360. 360, 360, 360, 360, I've got 360, I've got 360, I've got 360 as well. Alman 8, 360. Buyer number 141. Right, I'm selling this one here. Bidding many as you want to take the price here from me is the price I can take as he take. You can take one or more. The price from me is one. Right on this one, we start up regular more. I've got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 55, I got 75. That's 25, I got 75, I got 75. 100 north of 100. Up to north of 100, and you know north of 100, 5. 25, I got 150. At 150. 150, 150, 150, 150, 150 is the almond 5. 500 up to you honor 200 of what 2 now. At 100 of what 20. At 220, 220, 20 now 40. At 240 I've got 240, I've got 250. At 250 I've got 250, 205 star. Ranta going 250 and he's taking all of them. 250 times 6. Thank you, mate. And your number is number 1 as the bus. In this one, I'm saying is cooler. Lot number 4, the air cooler. On that lot number 44, air cooler, where do we start over Genons? On that air cooler there, where do we start over Genons? Kegele mooi, kegele wesagheid asseblief. On this air cooler there, where do we start over Genons? Rand, donkey. Got 10 rand, got 20 rand, 14, I've got 3 rand, I got 3 rand, I got 50. At 50, I got 50, I got 60. At 60, I got 7, 7 rand, I got 7. 70 rand, I've got 70 rand, I've got 80. At 80 rand, I've got 80 rand, I've got 80, 90. 90 rand, I've got 90 rand, I've got 90 rand, I've got 90. Up near rent, I've got 90 rand, 90 rand. Buyer number 150 is the 151. Right, I'm selling this motors here. For your stop and go, for your gate. You can put it at your yard there. Have a robot in the gate. Where do we start over Genons? For all of them together. All of them together, where do we start over Genons? For your boom gates. Where do we start over Genons? Kegelemoy. I've got 50 donkey. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50, 100, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250, I've got 250, I've got 3. At 300, I've got 300, 350, I've got 354. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 450. At 450, I've got 450, I've got 400. At 450, I've got 450, I've got 450. At 450, I've got 450, I've got 450, I've got 450, I've got 450 as well. Alman Klar. Alman 8. 450 Farouk. Buyer number 1. Right, I'm selling this generator there. Where do we start on Genons? Kegelemoy. On this small generator here, where do we start on Genons? 500. On this generator here, where do we start on Genons? 100 on the generator. 100, I've got here, no, I've got 100, I've got 125. At 125, I've got 125, I've got 125, 125, 150. At 150, I've got 150 on the red generator. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 200. At 200, I've got 200. Now, up to your 100, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200. Up to your 100, I've got 200, I've got 2. Up to your 100, I've got 200, I've got 200 on this generator. Up to your 100, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2. Up to your 100, I've got 200, I've got 2. Your 100, I've got 200, I've got 225. At 225, 250. At 250, I've got 250, I've got 250 now. At 250, I've got 275. At 275, 3. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 now. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300 as well. Almond 8, 350. At 350, I've got 350, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 354. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 4 now. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 4. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 450. At 450, I've got 450, I've got 450. At 450, I've got 450, I've got 450. Ranta 450. Number 141. Right, I'm selling this one here. Where do we start on the On this one, you have got 100 donkey. 100 over here, 100 over 200 over 200 over 200 over 2. At 200 over 200 over 200 over 3. At 300 over 300 over 300 over 3 now. At 300 over 300 over 3 now. Oh, 300 over 300 over 300 over 3. At 300 over 300 over 300. 350, at 350, 400, at 400, I've got 400, I've got 4 now, at 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 4, at 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, 450, at 450, I've got 450 now, at 450, I've got 500, at 500, I've got 500, I've got 5 now, at 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5 as well. Almond 8, 500, buyer number 1. Buyer number 1. Right, I'm selling this 100 liter. Right on this one here, where we start with announce. On this compressor here, where we start with announce, I've got 50 donkey. At 50, I got 50, I got 50. At 50, I got 50, I got 50. At 50, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50. At 50, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50. As an almond, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50. 50, 75. At 75, I got 75, 100. Up here, on top of 100, up here, on top of 100, up 150. At 50, I got 50, I got 50. At 50, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50. At 50, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50. As an almond, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50, I got 50. 50, 75. At 75, I got 75, 100. Up here, on top of 100, up here, on top of 100, up 100. Up here, on top of 100, up 100. As an almond 8, 100. Buyer number 1. Right, I'm selling this one here. I'm selling this one here. Where do we start with those? On this one here, lot number 49. Lot number 49 there. Where do we start with those? On the where do we start with those? Can you get a more? Can you get a please? I've got 50 donkey. At 50 I got 50 I got 50 I got 50. At 50 I got 50 I got 50 I got 50. At 50 I got 50 At 50 I got 50 I got 50. 50 I got 50 I got 50 now 60. 60 I got 60 I got 60 now. At 60 I got 70. At 70 I got 70 I got 70 now. At 70 I got 70 I got 70 as well. Almond 8, 70 rand. Buy the 1. Now hitter. This oil hitter there will start of the canoes. About 8 is the almond flour. Selling this one here, selling this one here. Where do we start of the canoes? On this one here, lot number 49. Lot number 49 there. Where do we start of the canoes? On this one here, where do we start of the canoes? Can you get a more? Can you get a second assembly? I've got 50 donkey. At 50 I got 50 I got 50 I got 50. At 50 I got 50 I got 50 I got 50. At 50 I got 50 I got 50. At 50 I got 50 I got 50. At 50 I got 50 I got 50 now 60. At 60 I got 60 I got 60 now. At 60 I got 70. At 70 I got 70 I got 70 now. At 70 I got 70 I got 70 as well. Almond 8, 70 rand. Buyer number 1. I'm now doing this oil heater. It's cold, ne? On this oil heater there, where do we start with canoes? On this oil heater there, where do we start? I've got 50. 50 run, I got 50 run. Pump there, I've got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 100, I've got 100, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250, I've got 250 now. At 250, 300, I've got 300, I've got 350. At 354, at 400, I've got 400, I've got 450. At 450, I've got 5. At 400, I've got 5. At 400, I've got 5. 556. At 600, I've got 6. 57. That's a 50. That's 50. 59. At 1,000. And I've got Ian Dyson now. Dyson, I've got 1,050. Head 1 1. Head 1 1, I've got 1,001. Head 1 150. Head 1 1 2. Head 1 250. 1 50. Head 1 50 now. 4. Head 1 450. Head 1 450. I've got 1 5. Head 1 5. I've got 1 550. Head 1 550. I've got 1 550 now. Head 1 550. I've got 1,550. Head 1 550. I've got 1 6. Head 1 6. I've got 1 650. Head 1 650. I've got 1 650 now. Head 650. 1 650. That's the other one. 70. Head 1 750. And 1,050. Run 1 750. 141. Right, I'm selling this one. I'm selling this battery charger. On this battery charger, they've got 2 honors. At 200, I've got 3. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 4. At 400, I've got 5. 600. At 600, I've got 600, I've got 7. 8. 800, I've got 800, I've got 9. At near 100, I've got 900, I've got 1,000. Up Ian Dyson, I've got Ian Dyson, I've got 1 tau. Up Ian Dyson, I've got 1,000, I've got Ian Dyson. 1 1. 1 2. 1 3. Dyson 300, I've got 1,003. At 1,300, I've got 1 3 as well. Alman Klar. Alman 8. Dyson 10 300. Buyer number 166 as the screen. On the screen here, we start off with here, where do we start off with? Lot number 53. The screen. Possibly. Honor we say yeah. 200 we say yeah. On the screen here, where do we start off accounts? 200 say yeah. 100. 1 50. Farouk.
54.
How much?
10, 3,
I've got 10. 10 run over 10 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20 30 run over 30 run over 30 run over 30. I've got run over 40 run over 40 run over 40 50. That's 50 run over 50 run over 50. That's 50 60. That's 60 run over 60 run over 60. That's 60 run over 60 run over 60 now 70. 70 run over 70 run over 70 now. That's 70 run over 70 run over 70 is the Alman Clark. Alman 8. 70 run. Buyer number 1. Lot number 55.
Okay, Mama hotspot is on.
Lot 55.
Sorry.
Lot number 55. Where do we start over on Skegel? I've got 500 donkey. Let's say 400, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. Let's say 400, I've got 500, I've got 500, asking for 550. That's 500, 600 donkey. That's just 100, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 7. That's 700, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 89. Nearly 1 of the 1,000, I've got 10 Dyson. At 1,000, I've got 1,000, I've got 1 1. At 1 1, I've got 1 2. At 1 3. At 1,000. Okay, meneer, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie we zeggen alsjeblieft voor de Benzo. On that Benzo there, where do we start over ons? On that one day, where do we start over ons? 200, 200. Farouk. 200. 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20. At 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20. At 20 run over 20 run over 20. At 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20. As the Alman Klar op 20 run over 20 run over 20 as the Alman Klar. Alman 8. 40. 40 run, I've got 40 run, I've got 40 now 60. That's 60 run, I got 60 run, I got 60. That's 60 run, I've got 60 run, I've got 60 as well. Alman Klar. Alman 8. Sastag run. Buyer number 1. Right, next up for auction is lot number 57. Lot 57, where do we start over Genos Kegel Moy Kegel Vesarita Sublief? On this machine here, where do we start over Genos Kegel Moy? 100. Up your honor of what 100 of what you honor of what 100 of what 100 of what 2. Up to your honor of what 200 of what 200 of what 2 now. Up to your honor of what 200 of what 200 of what 2 now. Up to your honor of what 200 on this machine of what 200. Up to your honor of what 200 of what 200. 225. At 225, I've got 225. At 225, I've got 225. At 225, I've got 225. I've got 225. Ranta 225. Buyer number 1. Lot number 58. Lot 58. Lot number 58. Where do we start over on Skegelemoy? Lot number 58, nice chess. Take care of them, they will take care of you. Where do we start over Genos? 10 rand. 10 rand. Dankie. 10 rand, I've got 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 10. Hop, 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, asking for 20 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 as well. Almond klaar. Almond 8. 10 rand. Buyer number 166 is the boss. Right, let's do this one. Lot number 59. Lot number 59. Lot number 59 there, where do we start over Genos? 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75. 100 over here, no, not over 125. At 125, I got 125 now. At 125, 150. At 150, 175. At 175, I got 175 now. At 175, 200. Up to your 100, I've got 225. At 225, I've got 225, 250. At 250, I've got 250, I've got 250, 275. At 275, I've got 275. At 275, I've got 275 as well. Almond klaar. Almond 8. 275. Buyer number 141. Right on this one's here, 1, 2, 3. All these motors, I'm going to put them together. All of them together. Where do we start over Genos? Right on here, where do we start over Genos? Kegele mooi, kegele visagheid asseblief. For all of them together, where do we start over Genos? Kegele mooi. 100 of what, 100 of what, 200 of what, 200 of what, 300 of what, 300 of what, 4, 500 of what, 500 of what, 6, at 600 of what, 700 of what, 8, at 800 of what, 900 of what, 900, 1 tau, of your nation of what, 1 1, at 1 1 1 2, at 1 3 of what, 1 3 1 4, 1 5, at 1 5 of what, 1 6, at 1 7, at 1 7 of what, your nation 7 honor, at 1 7 of what, 1 7 of what, 1 8, at 1 8 of what, 1008, at 1 8 of what, 1 8 1 9, at 1 9 of what, 2 8 8, at 2000 of what 287, at 2000 I've got 2000 now, at 2050, at 2050 I've got 21, at 21 I've got 2001, 50, at 2150 22, at 22 I've got 22 now, 2000 I've got 2002, Ranta 2000 buyer number 166. Lot number 61. Lot number 61 there, kegele mooi, kegele visagheid asseblief. On this one, start asseblief. I've got 50 donkey. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 now. Hold rand, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75. 100 of what yen honor, of what 100 of what yen honor. At 100 of what 100 of what 100 of what yen honor. At 100 of what yen honor, of what 100 of what yen honor is an almond klaar. Almond 8, 100 buyer number 1. Right for this wheelchair here, where do we start over Genos? Kegele mooi, kegele visagheid asseblief. On this one here, where do we start over Genos? Kegele visagheid asseblief. I've got 50 donkey. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50. 100 of what you honor, of what 100 of what 150. At 150, I've got 150. 200 of what you honor, and 50. At 250, I've got 253. At 300, I've got 300 of what 350. At 350, I've got 400 of what 400 of what 4, and 50. At 450, I've got 500 of what 500 of what. At 500 of what 500 of what 500 of what 550. At 550 of what 556. At 600 of what 600 of what 600 of what 600 is almond klaar. Almond 8, 600. Number. Buyer number 78, donkey. Right, I'm doing this one here. Where do we start with announce? I've got 50 donkey. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. Is the Almond klaar? Almond 8. 50 rand. Buyer number 1. Lot number 64. Lot number 64. At lot number 64, there, where do we start with announce? Farouk. 20 run over 20 run over 20. At 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20. At 20 run over 20 run over 20. At 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20. So the Almond klaar. 30. 30 run over 30 run over 30. At 30 run over 30 run over 30 run over 30. 30 run over 30 run over 30 run over 30. So the Almond klaar. Almond 8. 40. 40 run over 40 run over 40 now. At 40 run over 40 run over 40. 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. Is the Almond klaar. Almond 8. 50 rand. Buyer number 101. 65. Yeah, second scaffold. The whole scaffold, this part of it, this is part of it. They've made some sample that, not with those ones, only this. All this together. All this together. On this scaffold there, where do we start off? We gaan ons kyk julle mooi. Kyk julle besigheid asseblief. On that scaffold there, where do we start off? We gaan ons. Huh? With the plates, yes, with the plates. With the plates, everything together. With the plates. I've got 1,000 donkey. At 1,000 of what 10,000 of what 1,000 of what 2,000 of what 2,000 of what 3,000 of what 3,000 of what 4,000 of what 4,000 of what 5,000 of what 5,000 of what 6. At 6,000 of what 7,000 of what 7,000 of what 8,000 of what 8,000 of what 9. 9,000 of what 9,000 of what 9,000 of what 9. 10,000 of what 10,000 of what 10. Up 10,000 of what 10,000 of what 10,000 for the scaffold. At 10,000 of what 10,000 of what 10,000. Up 10,000 of what 10,000 of what 10,000 of what 10,000 now. Up 10,000 of what 10,000 of what 10,000. Up 10,000 of what 10,000 of what 10,000. At 10,000 of what 10,000 are you bidding? 10,000 of what 10 5. At 10 5 I've got 10,000 500. At 10,500 I've got 10 5. At 10 5 I've got 10,005. At 10,500 I've got 11,000. 11,000 of what 11,000 for the yearly. At 11,000 of what 11,000. Up 11,000 of what 11,000 now. Up 11,000 of what 11. At 11,000 of what 11,000. Up 11,000 of what 12,000. At 11,000 of what 11,000 of what 11. 11,500. At 11,500, I've got 11,500 now. At 11,500, 12,000 donkey. At 12,000, I've got 12,000. At 12,000, I've got 12,000. At 12,000, I've got 12,000. There's Dasso. At 12,000, I've got 12,000. I've got 12,000. 12,000. There's Dasso. Is the Almond klaar. Almond 8. 12,000. No more. Buyer number 174. Right for this one's the yellow lot. For this lot here, lot number 66. On this one's here, where do we start off genoons? On this one's here, where do we start off genoons? 1,000. I've got 1,000. Up 1,000, I've got 1,000. I've got 1,000, I've got 1,000. Up 1,000, I've got 1,000. I've got 2,000. I've got 2,000. I've got 2 now. Up 2,000, I've got 2,000. I've got 2,000. I've got 2. Up 2,000, I've got 2,000. I've got 2,000. Up 2,000, I've got 2,000. I've got 2,000. At 2,000, I've got 2,000. I've got 2,003. 2,000, I've got 2,500. At 2,500, I've got 2,005. At 2,500, 3,000. At 3,000, I've got 3,000. I've got 3,000. I've got 3,500. 3,500, I've got 3,500 now 4. 4,000, I've got 4,000. I've got 4 now. Of 4,000, I've got 4,000. I've got 4,000. Of 4,000, I've got 4,000. I've got 4. Ranta going 4,000, 4,000. Buyer number 174 is the vase. Right, lot number 67. Now, selling lot number 67 is not with the garage, it's only this ones and this ones for the yellow lot. Where do we start off on schedule more? On that yellow lot, there where do we start off on schedule more? Kegel besigheid asseblief. 100 of what, 100 of what, 100 of what, 100 of what, 200 of what, 200 of what, 200 of what, 3, 300 of what, 400 of what, 400 of what, 5, 500 of what, 600 of what, 600 of what, 7, 700 of what, 800 of what, 800 of what, 9, 100 of what, 900 of what, 1000, 1 of what, 1 of what, 1 2, 1 2 of what, 1002, 1 3 of what, 3 1 4, 1 4 of what, 1004, 1 5, 1500 of what, 1005, 1 6, 1 6 of what, 1 6 now, 1 6 of what, Dason says, Dason says 1 of what, 1 6, 1 6 of what, 1600 of what, 1 6 is Alman Klar, Alman 8, Dason says honor, buyer number 141. Right, I'm doing this ones here, the garage doors. Both of them together with this ones. All of them together here, lot number 68. Where do we start our genoons? Lot number 68, those garage doors. Lot 68 on those garage doors. Lot number 68, I've got 50. Yet 50 rand. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75. At 75, I got 75, I got 75 now. At 75, I got 75, I got 75, 100. Up you know, north I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 100. Up you know, north I've got 100, I've got 100. At you know, north I've got 100, I've got north I've got 100. Up you know, north I've got 100, I've got north I've got 100 is Almantlar. 150 donkey, head 150, head 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, head 150, I've got 150, now 200, up to your 100, I've got 200, I've got 2 now, head to your 100, I've got 200, 250, head 250, I've got 250, head 250, I've got 250, I've got 250, head 250, I've got 250, I've got 250, is the Almantlar, Alman 8, 250, no more, buyer number 141. Right, I'm doing this down pipes. Okay.
Sorry.
Who's with 1 foot? Right. I'm selling this down pipes from there up to there. They are doing almost the same work. All distance from there up to there is lot number 69. Lot 69. Where do we start up on Skeginamoy? Lot 69. All these ones here, all of them up to there. Where do we start up on? I've got 500 donkey. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 7. At 700, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 7. At 700, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 9. Near 100, I've got 100, I've got 10 Dyson. Up yen Dyson, I've got 1 1. At 1 1, I've got 1 1, I've got 1001. Up yen, I've got 1 2. Head 1 2 1 3. Dyson 3 honors, I've got 1 4. Head 1 4, I've got Ian Dyson 3. Head 1 5, I've got Ian Dyson 5. Head Ian Dyson 5 honors, I've got 1 5. Head 1 5 1 6. Head 1 6, I've got Ian Dyson says honors as Deacon. Head 1 7. Dyson 7 honors, I've got 1 7. Head Ian Dyson 7 honors, I've got 1 7 as the Alman Klar. Alman 8. Dyson 7 honored. Number 141. Right, we are here now. Right, for these 3 steel tables there, where do we start our genoons? For all 3 together, where do we start our genoons? I've got 100, have you honored? I've got 150. 150 on the 3 tables. 3 tables. 175, I've got 175. 200. 200, I've got 225. 250. At 250, 275. 275 for 3 tables, I've got 275. At 275, I've got 275, I've got 275. At 275, 300. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 325. 350. 325 is here. 350. At 350, I've got 350, I've got 350, 375. 375 for all three. 375, I've got 375. At 375, I've got 375 as well. Almond Clar. Almond 8. 37. 400. 400, I've got 400, I've got 4. At 400, I've got 400, 425. 450. 450, I've got 450, I've got 475. 500. 500, I've got 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 5 as well. Almond Clar. Almond 8, 500. Buyer number 141. Donkey. Right, I'm selling this ones. Right on this ones here, where do we start our economics? Huh? Yeah, we can put them together, is that fine? One lot. Right, Tyson Run, we say yeah. 1,000, we say yeah. What? Got 500, I've got 500. That's 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. That's 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 6 now. That's 100, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 8. At 800, I've got 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 9. Near 100, I've got 1,000, I've got the end Dyson. Up the end Dyson, I've got 1,000, I've got 1 tau. Up the end Dyson, I've got the end Dyson, I've got 1,000 as well. Almantla, 1 1, 1 2. Head 1 2, I've got 1 3. Head 1 3, I've got 1 4. Head 1 4, I've got 1 5. Tyson 500, I've got 1 5 now. Head 1 5, I've got the end 1 6. Head 1 6, I've got 1 7. Head 1 7, I've got the end Dyson 7. Head 2 Dyson. Head 2,000, I've got 2 1. Head 2 1, I've got 2 1 now. Head 2 Dyson, the end honor. Head 2 1, I've got 2,000 1 2 2. Head 2 2 2 3. Head 2 Dyson 3 honor. Head 2 3, I've got 2,003. Head 2 3 now 2 4. Head 2 4, I've got 2 5. 2 Dyson 5 honor. Head 2 5, I've got 2 Dyson 10 500. Runter going 2,500. Buyer number 166 as the boss. Right on says Isominiere Kegele Moy Kegele Vesaritas. 7 of them door frames. On the door frames, 7 of them. 7 door frames. We started with Rose Kegele Moy Kegele Vesaritas, I believe 500, 500. 100, I've got yen, honor, I've got 100, I've got 200, I've got 2, honor, I've got 3. 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 now. 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3. 3, honor, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 now. 300, I've got 300, I've got 3, honor, I've got 300, I've got 300, as well. Almantla. 350. At 350, I've got 354. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 4 now. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, 450. 425, I've got 425. At 425, I've got 425. At 425, I've got 425 as well. Almantlar. 450. 450, I've got 450, I've got 450 now. At 450, I've got 450, I've got 450, I've got 450 as well. Almantlar. Almond 8. 4 and 50. Buyer number 1. Steel cabinet. On that steel cabinet there, where do we start our notes? Lot number 76, steel cabinet. Oh, no, we need to come here, sorry. Lot 3. It's a Toyota engine. Toyota Cressida, yeah. Okay, for that engine there, where do we start? Waar we gaan ons kijken, mooi kijken, we zeggen het alsjeblieft. Waar we gaan ons kijken, mooi kijken, we zeggen alsjeblieft, waar we gaan ons. 50 rand is geld, dank je. I've got 150. Het 50 rand, 50 rand, 100. Heb je 200, I've got 300, I've got 4. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 6 now. At 600, I've got 600, I've got 600 for the engine. At 700, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 7 now. At 700, I've got 700, I've got 7. At 700, I've got 750. At 750, I've got 750 now 8. At 800, I've got 800, I've got 850. At 850, I've got 850, I've got 859. Near 100, I've got 900, I've got 900, I've got 950. At 950, I've got 950 Dyson. 1,000, I've got the end Dyson, I've got 1,000, I've got 1. Up the end Dyson, I've got the end Dyson, I've got 1,000, I've got the end Dyson. 1 1 I've got 1 1 I've got 1 2 at 1 2 I've got 1002 1 3 at 1 3 I've got 1003 up yen days and 3 on earth I've got 1003 at 1 3 I've got yen days and 3 on earth I've got 1 3 up yen 3 I've got yen days and 3 on earth I've got 1003 Ranta days and 3 on earth 1 3 141 Uit ons is hier so meneer ek mooi. Wat is 10 days so meneer, where do we start wat begin ons? On this stand here where do we start, I've got 50 rand, 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 now. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Is al man klaar. 60. At 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60. At 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60. Is al man klaar. Alman 8, 70. 70 rand, I've got 70 rand, I've got 70. Is al alman klaar. Alman 80. 80 rand, I've got 80 rand, I've got 80 now. At 80 rand, I've got 80 rand, I've got 80. Is al alman klaar. Alman 8, 80 rand. Buyer number 141. Lot number 76. Lot 76, there where do we 75, sorry. Lot 75 Askis. On that tank there, where do we start with the On the tank there, where do we start with the On that tank there, where do we start with the Kijk jullie mooi. 500 op die tank. I've got 500 donkey. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5 as well. Alman klaar. Alman 8. 5 and 100, 500. Lot number 76 is a steel cabinet. Lot number 76 is a steel cabinet. Okay, for that steel cabinet there, where do we start over genoons? On that steel cabinet there, where do we start over genoons? 50 rand. On that steel cabinet, I've got 50. Hup. 100, I've got yen, 100, I've got 100. Up yen, 100, I've got 100, I've got yen, 100, I've got 100, I've got 100. Up yen, 100, I've got 100, I've got yen, 100, I've got 100. Is the Alman klaar. Alman 8, 100. Number. Buyer number 78. Right, I'm doing this chairs. All of them together, lot number 77. Lot number 77. This chairs, all of them together. Where do we start? Waar we gaan ons kyk julle mooi, kyk julle besigheid asseblief. 500 for the yellow lot. Head 500, I've got 5. Head 500, I've got 500, I've got 6. Head says 100, I've got 600, I've got 600 for the yellow lot, yeah. 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 6 now. Head says 100, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 7. 700, I've got 700, I've got 700. 750, I've got 750, I've got 750. 800, I've got 800, I've got 850. At 850, I've got 859. 900, I've got 900, I've got 950. At 950, Dyson. At 1000, I've got yen Dyson, I've got 1000, I've got 1050. At 1050, 11. At 11, I've got 1150. At 1150, I've got 11. 1 2 head 1 2 I've got 1 250 head 1 250 I've got 1 250 I've got 1 250 1 3 I've got yen days and 300 and 50 head 1 350 I've got 1 350 1 4 days and 450 head 1 450 1 5 days and 500 I've got 1 550 head 1 550 I've got 1 5 1 6 days and says 100 I've got 1006 1 650 1 7 days and 700 I've 2000. 2 days and I've got 2000, I've got 2 days and I've got 2000 and 2 1. At 2 1 I've got 2 2. At 2 2 I've got 2002. At 2 2 I've got 2 2 now 2 3. 2 3 I've got 2 days and 3 2 4. At 2 4 I've got 2004 2 5. At 2 5 I've got 2 6. At 2 6 I've got 2 7. At 2 7 I've got 2 8. At 2 8 I've got 2 8 now 2 9. At 2 9 3000. At 3 days and I've got 3000 I've got 3 now. At 3 days and I've got 3000 I've got 3 1. At 3 1 I've got 3,001, 3,2. At 3,2, I've got 3,002. At 3,2, I've got 3,3. At 3,3, 3,4. At 3,4, I've got 3,4 now. At 3,004, 3,5. At 3,5, I've got 3,6. At 3,6, I've got 3,006. At 3,7, 3,8. At 3,8, I've got 3,8 now. Oh, 3,8, 3,9. At 3,9, I've got 3,009. 3,9, 4,000. 4,000, I've got 4,000 now. 4,1, I've got 4,001. At 4,1, I've got 4,001. 4,2, 4,3. 4,4, 4,5, 4,500, 4,6. 4,6, I've got 4,006. At 4,6, I've got 4,6, I've got 4,006. 4,7, 4,8, 4,9, 4,9, 5,000. 5,1. 5,000 Ian Honor, I've got 5,1. Head 5,1, 5,2. Head 5,2, I've got 5,002, 5,3. Head 5,3, I've got 5,003. Head 5,3, I've got 5,3, now 5,4. 5,000, 5,004. Head 5, got 5,000. Honored. 5,4. Number. Buyer number 5 is the boss. Grouper number 5 is my boss. Right, lot number 78 is this drum. For this drum there, where do we start with ons kyk julle mooi. On that tank there, where do we start with ons? Lot 78. I've got 20 rand donkey. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40. At 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40 as the almond klaar. 50, 60, 60 rand, I've got 60 rand, I've got 60, 70. 70 rand, I've got 70 rand, 80. 80 rand, I've got 80 rand, I've got 80 rand, I've got 80 as the almond klaar. Almond 8, 80 rand. Buyer number 198. Right, I'm doing this yellow generator, lot number 79. Lot 79, the yellow generator. Lot 79, the yellow generator, where we start with ons kyk julle mooi. On this yellow generator there, where we start with ons kyk julle mooi, kyk julle besigheid asseblief. 500, die sê ja. On this generator there, 500, die says yes. I've got 500 donkey. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5 now. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500. That's the almond klaar. 600, 700. 800, 900, 900, I've got 1 tau. Up here in Days, I've got 1 1. At 1 1, I've got 1 2. At 1 2, I've got 1 3. At 1 3, I've got 1,003. At 1 3, I've got 1 4. At 1 4, I've got 1,005. At the end, Days and 500, I've got 1 5. At 1 5, I've got 1 6. 1 7. At 1 7, I've got the end, Days and 700. Ranta going 1,700. Your number key. 78. Buyer number 78. Right, I'm selling this compressor. Lot number 80. 80. On this compressor there, where do we start? 100 donkey. I've got Ian Honor. At 100, I've got Ian Honor. I've got 100, I've got Ian Honor. At Ian Honor, I've got 100, I've got Ian Honor. Of Ian Honor, I've got 100, I've got Ian Honor. Of Ian Honor, I've got 125. At 125, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150. I've got 150, I've got 150. 160. 165. 170. I've got 200. 200, I've got 2, 100, I've got 2. 225. 225, I've got 225. Ranta 225. No more. Buyer number 164. Right, I'm selling this one. You don't want this one. This one here, where do we start with ons? Just need a little bit of paint, man. I've got 50. At 50 rand. 50 rand, I've got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 is the almond klaar. Alman 8, 50 rand. Buyer number 164. Right, let's sell this water pump. Lot number 82. Right on this one, lot number 82. The water pump, where do we start off with? I've got 50 donkey. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Is the Almond klaar. Almond 8, 50 rand, number 1. Right for this generator here, where do we start off with? On this generator here, where do we start? Lot number 83. On this generator here, lot number 83, where do we start off with? On this generator, I've got 200. At 200, I've got 200. I've got 200. I've got 200. I've got 2. At 200, I've got 200. I've got 200. I've got 3. I've got 3. At 300, I've got 400. I've got 400. I've got 4. At 500, I've got 500. I've got 600. I've got 6. At 600, I've got 600. I've got 600. 7. 700, I've got 700. I've got 8. At 800, I've got 800. I've got 800. I've got 9. 900, I've got 900. 1,000. Of you and Daison, I've got 1,000. I've got 1 1. At 1 1, I've got 1 2. At 1 2, I've got 1,002, 1 3. 1,300, I've got 1 4. At 1 4, I've got 1 5. 500, I've got 1 5, now 1 6. At 1 6, I've got 1,006. At the end, Daison says 100, I've got 1 6 as Jella. Alman klaar. Alman 8, Daison says 100. Buyer number 141. Lot number 84. Lot number 84. Right on this lot number 84, where do we start with ons? On this one here, where do we start with ons? Kyk julle mooi. I've got 100. 100, I've got here, 100, I've got 100, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 200. Up to your 100, I've got 200. 200, I've got 200, I've got 2 now. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, 300. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300. That's the Alman klaar. 350. 350, I've got 350, I've got 354. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 4. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 4. That's the Alman klaar. Alman 8. 400. Buyer number 141. Right on this water pump here, where do we start with ons? Lot number 85. Where start with? Huh? 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50, 75, 75, I got 75, I got 75, 75, at 75, I got 75, I got 75, 100, up here, no, I've got 125, at 125, I got 125, 175, at 150, I've got 150, I've got 175, at 175, 200, up to your north, I've got 225, at 225, 250, at 250, 275, at 275, I've got 275, 300, at 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, that's Zikant, at 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, Ranta 300. 141. Lot number 86. Lot 86. I've got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50, I got 50 rand, I got 50. It's Alman klaar. Alman 8, 50 rand. Lot number 1. Buyer number 1. Lot number 87. Lot 87, where do we start? I've got 20. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. As an Alman klaar of 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. As an Alman klaar. Alman 8, 20 rand. Buyer number 1. Lot number 88. Lot number 88. On this one, on this water pump, where do we start with ons? 100 I've got Ian Honor. That 100 I've got 100 I've got 150 I've got 150 I've got 150 I've got 150. 150 I've got 150 I've got 150. At 150 I've got 150 I've got 150. At 150 I've got 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 150 as a month lot. 175. 200. 200 I've got 200 I've got 200 I've got 200. Ranta 200 buyer number 1 as the Cooper. Lot number 89. Lot 89. On that one there, where do we start off with ons kijken en mooi kijken en besagheid alsjeblieft. Ian Honor, die say ja. I've got 100 donkey. Up Ian Honor, I've got 100, I've got Ian Honor, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150 now. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 253. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 now. At 300, I've got 325. 325, I've got 325. Ranta going 325. Buyer number 1. Right, we are here now on this drilling machine. On this drilling machine, lot number 90. Lot number 90 there, where do we start with an ons kijken mooi. On the drilling machine. I've got 50. At 50, I've got 100. I've got 100. I've got 100. I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150. I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150. I've got 150 now. At 150, I've got 150. I've got 150. I've got 150. 200. 250. 250. I've got 250. Ranta 250. Buyer number 1. Right, one says yes, so lot number 91. Lot number 91, where we start with ons kijken en mooi kijken en besagheid alsjeblieft. Ian Decent. Decent. What 1,000, I got Ian Dyson, 1,000, what Ian Dyson, I got 1,000, I got 1,000, I got 1,1. Head 1,1, I've got 1,001, I've got 1,2. Head 1,200, I've got 1,002 now. Head 1,200, I've got 1,3. 1,300, I've got 1,003. Head 1,3, I've got 1,4. 1,400, I've got 1,004. 1,400, I've got 1,004. I've got 1,001, I've got 4. Dyson 4. Alman Cloud. Alman 8. 1,4. Right, I'm selling this one here. Where do we start off with? Lot number 92. Lot number 92. Where do we start off with? Tyson Trant, 1,000. Tyson Trant, I've got 1,000. Hopian Dyson, I've got 1,000 of Ian Dyson. Hopian Dyson, I've got 1,000 of Ian Dyson. Hopian Dyson, I've got 1,000 of Ian Dyson. I've got 1,000 of 1,000. Ranta Tyson Trant, buyer number 141. Okay, meneer, I'm selling this bull boss. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all of them together. Let's put them together. Where do we start over here? 1000 rand, 1 tau. V-Fleet, 1000. 1000 rand. For all of them together, 1000. 500. 100 donkey. I've got you north of what 100 of what 100 of what 200 of what 200 of what 200 of what 300 of what 3 up 300 of what 100 of what 4 at 200 of what 400 of what 4 now at 400 of what 400 of what 4 at 400 of what 400 of what 400 of what 4 now at 400 for all of them at 400 of what 400 of what 400 of what 4 now at 400 of what 400 of what 400 of what 400 Ranta 5544 450. Right, lot number 94 is here. All of them together. Lot 94. All of them together. Okay, lot number 94. Where do we start? We can on schedule more. On this lot number 94 there, where do we start? We can on. To your honor, donkey. I've got 200 of what 200 of what 200 of what 2. At to your honor of what 200 of what 200 of what 200 of what 2 now. Up to your honor of what 200 of what to your honor. At 200 of what 300 of what 300 of what 3 now. At 300 of what 400 of what 4 honor. At 400 of what 400 of what 400 of what 4 now. 500 of what 500 of what 500 of what 5 now. At 500 of what 500 of what 5. At 500 of what 500 of what 500 of what 500 of what 5 is the Almantla. 600. Says honor of what 600 of what 600. 650. 650 I've got 657. 700 I've got 750. At 750 I've got 750. Ranta 750. Buyer number 1. 95. Right for this one here, lot number 5, lot number 195. Lot number 95. Where do we start? We gaan ons kyk julle mooi, kyk julle besigheid asseblief. For this machine is so where do we start? We gaan ons 1000 rand wie sê ja, 1 tau. 1000 1 tau. I've got 1000. 15. 1500 I've got 15, I've got 2000, I've got 2000, I've got 2000, I've got 2000. At 25 I've got 2500, I've got 3,000. At 3000 I've got 3000, I've got 3000, I've got 3. At 3000 I've got 3000, I've got 35. At 35 I've got 35 now. At 35 I've got 4000. At 4000 I've got 4000, I've got 45. At 4500 I've got 4005. At 4500 I've got 5000. At 5000 I've got 5000, I've got 5000, I've got 5 now. At 5000 I've got 5000, I've got 5000. At 5000 I've got 5000. Ranta 5000. Number. Buyer number 5 as the bars. Lot number 96. Let's do this 95B. 95B, yeah. This one. So 95A. They were not numbered. Right on this one's here, where do we start our ons? On this one's together, where do we start our ons? Kegel mooi, kegel besigheid asseblief. On this one's here, where do we start our ons? I've got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 100 of what you know, not of what 100. Up you know, not of what 100 of what you know, not of what 100. Up you know, not of what 100 of what 100 of what 100 of what 150. At 150 I've got 150, I've got 200. Up to 100 I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250 I've got 250, I've got 253. At 300 I've got 300, I've got 350. At 350 I've got 350, I've got 350 now. Got 354. At 400 I've got 400, I've got 4 now. At 400 I've got 4. At 400 I've got 400, I've got 4. At 400 I've got 400, I've got 4. Alman klaar. Alman 8. 400. Number, buyer number 5. Right, I'm selling this bench with Farouk. Lot number 95. With Farouk. 50 rand. I've got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, 75, I got 75, I got 75. At 75, I got 75, I got 75. At 75, I got 75, I got 75. At 75, I got 75, I got 75. That's 100. 100 I've got here, no north, I've got 100, I've got here, no north, I've got 100. That's Alman Clark. Alman 8, 100. Right, I'm doing this bench here. Where do we start our genoons? On this beautiful bench here, where do we start our genoons? I've got 50 donkey. At 50 rand, I got 75. It's lot number. Okay, let's just do it 96B, 96A. 96A on this bench here. Where do we start our genoons? I've got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. 75, I got 75, 75. At 75, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75, 100. At 100, I've got 125. At 125, I got 125. At 125, I got 125, I got 130. 140. 145. 150. Ranta, 150. Buyer number 141. Lot number 97. Lot 97, where do we start over on Skegelemoy? On this one's here, where do we start over on Skegelemoy? Kegelevesarita Sublief. Lot number 97. Lot 97, there, where do we start over on Skegelemoy? Kegelevesarita Sublief. Where do we start over on? 200. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 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 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 is Alman Klar. Alman 8, 50 rand. 141. Right. Lot number 98 is all the road signs here, everything together. Where do we start, Baba Khanons? 3 days and 3 tau. 1,000 rand. I've got 1 tau. Of yen Dyson, I've got 1,000. I've got yen Dyson, I've got 1,000. I've got 1 tau. Of yen Dyson, I've got yen Dyson, I've got 1,000. I've got yen Dyson. Of yen Dyson, I've got 1,500. At 1,500, I've got 2,000. At 2,000, I've got 2,500. At 2,500, I've got 3,000. At 3,000, I've got 3,000. I've got 3,000. I've got 4,000 donkey. At 4,000, I've got 4,000. I've got 4,500. At 4,500, I've got 4,500. 5,000, I've got 5,000. At 5,000, I've got 5,000. Ranta 5,000, no more. Buyer number 164 is the bars of the road. Right on these toilets, you can take 1 or more. On these toilets, you can take 1 or more. Okay, for the toilets, there where you start off, how much? 200. To your honor, I've got 2, I've got 200, I've got 250, I've got 250, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 250, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300. You can take 1 or more. At 300 turkeys. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300. At 300, I've got 350. At 354. At 400, I've got 450. At 455. At 500, I've got 550. At 556. At 600, I've got 600, I've got 650. At 657. At 700, I've got 750. At 750, I've got 750. Ranta 750. Buyer number 141. Taking all. Thank you. Lot number 100 is this tires. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Okay, on those tires there, 4 of them. Where do we start off with? 200 I've got to your honor. 200 I've got 200 I've got to your honor. To your honor I've got 200 I've got to your honor I've got 200 I've got to your honor I've got 200 I've got 250. Yeah, for all 4. 250 I've got 250 I've got 250 I've got 3. 300 I've got 300 I've got 300 I've got 300 as a monthlar. Alman 8 300. Right, I'm selling this here. BF Goodrich all tap tunnels. BF Goodrich all terrain. What? I've got 100 donkey. Up here, 100, I've got 2. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 4. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 7. At 700, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 8. At 800, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 8 now. At 800, I've got 800, I've got 800. At 800, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 9. 900, I've got 900, I've got 9 now. 900, I've got 900, I've got 900, I've got 900. Decent 1 1 I've got Ian decent Ian of Ian decent Ian on I've got 1 2 at 1002 I've got 1 3 decent 3 on I've got 1 4 of Ian 1 5 decent 5 on I've got 1 6 1 6 I've got Ian decent says on I've got 1 6 at 1 6 I've got 1006 1 6 50 1 7 50 1 7 50 I've got 1 7 50 run to decent 1 7 50 buyer number 101 101 right for this 4 all this 4 here where do we start 100B on this 4 tires there where do we start over ons I've got 200 donkey. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 4. 300 as the count, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 350, I've got 4. 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 4. At 400, I've got 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 400 as the Almantla. 500. 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5, I've got 5. Number 119 is the bars. Buyer donkey. Right for your forklift. Where do you start over Genons? It's a tubeless, Farouk. I've got 200 donkey. 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2. 300, I've got 300, I've got 3, 4. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 600, I've got 6. At 600, I've got 600, I've got 7. 700, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 7. At 700, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 7 as an Almond Lar. Almond 8. 700. Buyer number 1. 100D. 5 of them. Sorry. 5 of them. Where do we start over on schedule boy? I've got 50. 50 run, I got 50, then I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 100, I've got 100, I've got 150. 150, I've got 150, 200. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2 for all 5. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200. Run to 200. You have 250. 250, I've got 250, I've got 250, I've got 250. Run to go in 250, number 119 is the bars. Right for those ones here, 4 of them. Where do we start? We gaan ons kyk hier mooi kyk hier besigheid asseblief. 4 of them. Where do we start? We gaan ons kyk hier mooi kyk hier besigheid asseblief. Huh? 300 donkey. 400. Asking for 5. 500, I've got 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 5. Head 500, I've got 600. 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 6. Head 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 6. As Jana Alman klaar. 650. 700. 750. 750, I've got 750, I've got 8. 800, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 800. As Jana Alman klaar. Alman 8. 800. Buyer number 301. I'm selling these two together. What size is this? 750. 750. Right for these two there, where we start, I've got Ian Decent. Decent rand. 1-1. 1-2. 1-3. Decent 3 on, I've got 1-4. Decent 5 on, I've got 1-5, I've got 1-6, I've got 1-7. 2 Decent, I've got 2,000, I've got 2-1. At 2-1, I've got 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 2-5, 2-6, 2-7, 2-8, 2-9. 3 Decent. 3-1, I've got 3-1, I've got 3-1, I've got 3-1. 3-1, I've got 3-1, I've got 3-1, I've got 3-1 now. 3 Decent, Ian on, I've got 3-1, 3-2. At 3-2, I've got 3-3. 3-3, I've got 3-3 now. At 3-3, 3-4. 3-4, I've got 3,000, 4-3-5. At 3-5, I've got 3,005. At 3-5, I've got 3-5, 3-6. At 3-6, I've got 3-7. At 3-7, I've got 3-7, I've got 3-7 now, 3-8. 800. 3-8, 3. At 3-9, 4,000. At 4,000, I've got 4,000, I've got 4-1. 4-1, I've got 4,000. 4,200, I've got 4,243. At 4,3, I've got 4,4. At 4,445. At 4,500, 4,6. At 4,6, I've got 4,647. At 4,7, I've got 4,7. I've got 4,007. At 4,7, I've got 4,700. At 4,7, I've got 4,7 as the Almond Clark. Almond 8. 4,700. Buyer number 161 is the bus. Right, we are selling this three, this 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, 4 of them, they look like new. Dunlop tires there, 100G. Where do we start? I've got 4,000 donkey. That's the almond klaar. 4142. 43. Head 4546. 47. 48. 49. 48. I've got 4,800. 4,850. 5,000. 5,055. 5,250. 5,250 as the almond club. 553. 5,500 buyer donkey. At least we are not doing 5,006. 5,000. Almond club. Almond 8. 5,006. 16 as the bar. Thank you, Farouk. Thank you, Farouk, for coming in 4-5. Nah. Right for this ones here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tires, 100 each. Where do we start? How much? 100 donkey. I've got 200. Up to you. Not I've got 200. I've got 3. At 300. I've got 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 304. 5. 3. 450. 450. I've got 450. I've got 450. At 450. 500. 500. I've got 500. I've got 5. At 5. Sorry. At 500. I've got 500. I've got 500. I've got 500. As well. 550. 550, I've got 550 as the almond klaar. 600. 600, I've got 600, I've got 600 as the almond klaar. Almond 8, 600. Buyer number 119 is the bus. Oh yeah, there is. Right, I'm doing this one here. Where do we start off? On this, on this hammer, where do we start off? I've got 50, 100, 150, 200, 50, 300, 300. I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300. That's an almond lar. Almond 8, 300. Right. Buyer number 101. Buyer number 101. Lot number 101, buyer number 101. Right, I'm doing this 4 tires with the rims. 4 tires with the rims. 4 tires with the rims.
What rooms are these?
Now, Amarok. Right for that, Amarok tires, 4 of them with the rims. Where do we start off, Gerons? I've got 3,000, thank you, Bajula. I've got 3. Oh, 3,000, I've got 3,000, I've got 3,000, I've got 3. 3,000, I've got 3 days, and I've got 3,000, I've got 3,000, I've got 3 now. 3 days, and I've got 3,000, I've got 3,000, I've got 3 days, and that's the Alman klaar. Alman 8. Op 3,000. Rents are going 3,000 by a number 101 as Divas. Right on says he saw. On this one here, lot number 102. Lot number 102, where do we start? We gaan ons kyk julle mooi. For this plate warmer, where do we start? We are selling the plate warmer. On this one here, where do we start? For this plate warmer here, where do we start? I've got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 100, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 152. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 253. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 now. At 300, I've got 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 3 as the almond 500 donkey. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500 as ISO. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500 as the almond lar. Almond 8, 500, buyer number 151. One hundred, I've got Ian 100, I've got 100, I've got 200. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 3. At 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 4. 500, I've got 5. 500, I've got 500, I've got 500 as Deacon. At 500, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 6 now. That's 600, I've got 600 on the foot warmer. On the big foot warmer, I got 600, I've got 600, I've got 6 now. 700, I've got 7 honor. That's 700, I've got 700, I've got 7 honor. That's 700, I've got 7 honor, I've got 700, I've got 700, I've got 7 honor. Ranta 7 honor by a number 1. Right, we are doing warmer. Lot number 1. Lot number 104. On this one here, we gaan ons kyk julle mooi. Sag dit asseblief. 100, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 3. At 300, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 4. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 5. 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400. Almond Lar. Almond 8, 400, buyer number 141. I'm doing these 2 microwaves. On those 2 microwaves there, where do we start off with? On those 2 microwaves, where do we start off with? Kegele 2 microwaves, Farouk. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 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 20. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 30. At 30 rand, I've got 30 rand, I've got 30 now. At 30 rand, I've got 30 rand, I've got 30. 40 rand, I've got 40 now. 40 rand, at 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, you must Leicester. You must learn. 40 rand, I've got 40 years, Almond Lar. 50 here, at 50 rand, I got 50, 60. At 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 70. At 70 rand, I got 70 rand, I got 70 rand, I got 70. Is that Almond Lar? Almond 8, 70 rand. Buy 1 0. 106 is this canopy. Oh. Okay, there's no lot number here. Okay, Farouk, let's do it 105A, ne? This one. On top, how much? This one, I'm selling only this. How much? 20 rand. I've got 20. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40. At 40, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 100. 110. 110, I've got 120. At 120, I've got 130. At 130, I've got 130, 140. At 140, I've got 140. 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, 160. At 160, I've got 170. At 170, I've got 170, I've got 170, 180. At 180, I've got 190. At 190, I've got 190, I've got 190, 200. At 200, I've got 210. At 210, I've got 210, I've got 210, I've got 230. At 220, I've got 220, 230. At 230, I've got 200 and 240. 250, 260. 260, I've got 260, I've got 270. 280. Ranta 280, 290, 300, 320, 330, 340, 350, 360, 370, 380. 400 as is, I've got 400. Ranta 400 number. Buyer number 47. That one for the hot plate? Hot plate, how much?
No, I don't eat.
Yeah, I know. You only drink. How much? How much for?
10 rand.
I've got 10 rand donkey. At 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. Yesterday, Almond Lar, Almond 8, 20 rand. Number 1. Right, this one on this canopy. Why do we start with on Kegele Moy, Kegele Besarita Sablif? On this canopy? On this canopy here, where do we start? On this canopy, I've got 500 donkey. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 600, 6 now. 600, I've got 700, I've got 0, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 8. 800, I've got near not decent. Up I've got 1,000, I've got decent now. Up yen decent, I've got 1,000, I've got yen decent. Up yen decent, I've got 1,000. 8 decent. Number 150. Now 107. Right on lot now 107. On that canopy there, where do we start over on Kegele Moy, Kegele Vesarita Sableef of that canopy? Tyson Rand, we say yeah. I've got 1,000. Up Ian Dyson, I've got 1,000 on the canopy. I've got 1,000 of what Ian Dyson. Up Ian Dyson, I've got 1,000 of what Ian Dyson. I've got 1 now. Up Ian Dyson, I've got 1,000 of what Ian Dyson. I've got 1 now. Up Ian Dyson, I've got 1,000 of what Ian Dyson. Up Ian Dyson, I've got 1,000 on this canopy. I've got 1 now. Up Dyson, I've got 1,000 of what Run 1,000 buyer number 1301. 1. Right on says Iso. On the Jack we start with us. Both of them together is lot number 108. 100 for both. 100 I've got here, no north, I've got 100, I've got here, no north, I've got 100. Up here, no north, I've got 100, I've got here, no north, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150 now. At 150, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 350. At 325. At 325, 400. Up 400, I've got 400, I've got 4 now. 450, 500. 600 of what, 600 of what, 7. That's 700, 750. That's 750. Decent run donkey. Decent run, I've got 1,000 of what yen. Decent. Decent 100. 1, 2. 1, 3. Decent 3 on earth, I've got 1,003. 1, 350. 1,350. Runs are going 1,350 and equal number is buyer number 101. Right, next up for auction is this canopy. On this canopy, lot number 109. Lot 109, where do we start off on Skegelemoy? On this canopy, where do we start off on Skegelemoy? Where do we start? On that canopy there, where do we start off on Skegelemoy? En ik begin met 500 die say ja. 500 on the canopy, 500 die say ja. Huh? 100, I've got here, no north, I've got 100. Up here, no north, I've got 100, I've got here, no north, I've got 100. Up here, no north, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got here, no north, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 2. Up here, no north, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2 now. Up here, no north, I've got 200, I've got 200, that's after me. At 200, I've got 200. Decent. Decent 100. 1, 2. 1, 3. Decent 3, on earth, I've got 1,003. 1,350. 1,350. Runs are going 1,350 and the equal number is buyer number 101. Right, next up for auction is this canopy. On this canopy, lot number 109. Lot 109, when we start off on stage in the morning. On this canopy, when we start off on stage in the morning, where do we start? On that canopy there, when we start off on stage in the morning. And I'm going to 500 this year. 500 on the canopy, 500 this year. Huh? 100 of the year, not of 100. Up here, not of 100 of the year, not of 100. Up here, not of 100 of 100 of the year, not of 100 of 100 of 2. Up here, not of 200 of 200 of 2 now. Up here, not of 200 of 200 is after me. Up here, not of 200 of 200 is an Almantra. Alman 8. We are honored. Buyer number 141 is the mass. Right for the 1400 canopy. 1400, who bought the 1400? You need a canopy. Where do we start our accounts? On this 1400 canopy, buyer, lot number 110, where do we start our accounts? That's health, Excel fat. I've got 50. At 5 Tahran, I got 5 Tahran, I got 5 Tahran, I got 50. At 5 Tahran, I got 5 Tahran, I got 50, I got 50. At 5 Tahran, 100, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 2. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 350, I've got 354. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 450. At 450, I've got 455. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 500. 550. That's the Almond Clark. Almond 8. 550. Buyer number 101. Okay, we are now at lot number. Right for this one, I think this is a crosser. Where do we start off the notes? 132. 132. I got 50 on this canopy. Five star run, I got 50, run, I got 50, then I got 50. That 50, run, I got 50, then I got 50, run, I got 50. That 50, run, I got 50, run, I got 50, then I got 50, run, I got 5 star run, I got 50. It's an almond flat. Almond beat. 5 star run. Number 141.
111.
Right for this ones here, all of them together. Lot number 111, triple one. Where do we start over here on Skate Get a Boy? Skate Get a Boy. Where do we start over here? Lot number 111.
Sorry.
Where do we start over here?
Sorry.
1150.
1,150. I've got 1,150. At 1,150, I've got 1,150. At 1,150, I've got 1,150. 1, 2. Tyson to your honor, I've got 1, 2, I've got 1,002. At 1, 2. 1, 250. At 1, 250, I've got 1,250. I've got 1, 2, 5 star. Ranta 1, 250. Buyer number 101. Right. Is there anybody who wants to buy a TV or you want to buy them all? One. We put one. Which one? Show me. Yeah, we've got that one. I'm selling that one. I've got 50 rand. 50 rand. I got 50 rand. I got 50 rand. I got 50. Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Oh.
Sorry.
I've got 50 rand. I got 50. Yep, I'm selling this TV. Yep, 50 rand. I got 50 rand. I got 50 rand. I got 50. Yep, 50 rand. I got 50 rand. I got 50 rand. I got 50 rand. 100. I've got 100. I've got 100. Up here, no, not I've got 100. Yeah, at 100. I've got here, no, not I've got 150. At 150, 200. Up to you, not I've got 200. I've got 200. 250. At 250, I've got 253. At 300, I've got 300. I've got 300. I've got 3 now. At 300, I've got 300. I've got 300. I've got 300. I've got 300. Is an almond farm. Almond 8. 300. Buyer number 101. Okay, I'm selling this two. You can take one or both. Buyer number 141 on that first one. On this ones, you can take one or you can take both. I've got 200 donkey for each. 200 I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2. At 200 I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2 now. At 200 I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2. That's the almond car of 200, 200. Ranta 200, you take in both. Times 2, 141. Right, I'm selling this one, the last one. I've got 50 rand donkey. At 100, I've got yellow note, I've got 100, I've got 150, I've got 150, 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 370. At 370, I've got 370, 400. At 400, I've 425. At 425, I've got 425. 425, 450. At 450, I've got 450. 475. At 475, I got 475. At 475, I got 475. Ranta 475. Number. Huh? 141. Right for this one here, where do we start having ons? Right on this one here, where do we start having ons? Can you get them away for this briar? On this briar here, where do we start? You can put your pot here. Just got a stofiki, so can cook some pap, brine some meat. Where do we start having ons? On this briar there, where do we start having ons? Can you get them away? All right, I've got 100 donkey. 100 I've got 100, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250, I've got 250, I've got 250. 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 350, I've got 354. 400, I've got 400, I've got 450. At 450, I've got 450, I've got 450, I've got 450. At 450, I've got 450, I've got 450, 500. 50. 550, I've got 550 now. 550. 600. 650.
Sorry, sir.
100.
Sorry.
Tyson Rand. 1050. 11. 12. Tyson to your honor 10 5 star. 1 250. I've got 1 250. I've got 1 250. Head 1 250. I've got 1 250. I've got 1 250 now. 1 2 3. 1,300. Tyson 3 honor. I've got 1 3 1 3. I've got 1 3. At the end 1 4. 1 2 3 5. 1 5. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1,600. I've got 1 6. Tyson says honor. I've got 1 6 50. I will take 50. 1 6 50. 1 7. 1 660. 1,660. Almond Club. Almond 8. 1,660. You're gonna eat right tonight. Congratulations. Number. Right for this one, here when we start with on schedule more. All of them together, lot number 114. Where do we start with on schedule more? Lucky Packet, where do we start? I've got one other donkey. Then one other one, one other one, Almond Club. Almond 8, 100. Huh? 120. 120, 120, that 120, 120, Almond Club. Almond 8, 120. Number 141. 141.
Sorry. Sorry, ma'am.
Guys, I'm selling the whole lot. 4 of them. I've got 100 donkey. Oh, you know, I've got 100, I've got 150, I've got 100, yeah, for all lot. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, 200, I've got 200, I've got 2. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2 now. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 210, 250, 300, 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 350. 350, I've got 350, I've got 350, I've got 350, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 350, I've got 350, I've got 350. Almond card. Almond 8. 350. Buyer number 141. This table here, 116. On the Tafuki. On the table there, where do we start our finance? On the table there, where do we start? How much? 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. As Alman Clark. Alman 8, 20 rand. Number, mama. Number. Number. Look at my mouth. Number. 47. 47 is the corporate. Lot number 117. 117. Where do we start with the finance? On that lot number 117, I've got 20. 20, then I've got 20. 7 is the corporate. Lot number 117. 117. Where do we start with the finance? On that lot number 117, I've got 20. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. Yeah, 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand as well. Almond card. 40 rand. 40 rand. At 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Ranta 50 rand. Buyer number 141. 147. 147. 147. Lot number 118 is this one. Where do we start off on? Schedule Moy. 10 rand, I've got 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 10. Is it Almond Clar? Almond 8, 10 rand. Buyer number 141. Lot number 119. 119.
119. Okay, meneer, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft. Waar we staan van ons, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft. Op die machine, kijk als meneer, brickmaking machine, waar we staan van ons. You can go start your own business. I've got 1,000 donkey. 1,000 rand, I've got 1,000 of what yen, 1,000 of what 1,000 of what yen, 1,000. At 1,000 of what 1,000 of what yen, 1,000 of what yen, 1,000 of what 1,1. At 1,1 I've got 1,001. At 1,1 I've got 1,001, I've got 1,2. At 1,2 I've got 1,002. At 1,002 I've got 2,000 donkey. At 2,000 I've got 2,000, I've got 2,000. Up to 2,000 I've got 2,000, I've got 2,000. Up to 2,000 I've got 2,000, I've got 2,000, I've got 2,000. As the almond klaar. Almond 8 to 8,000. Buyer number 141. 120. Yeah, you will fix when you get home, ne? 2 beds.
You sell both.
It's a risk I'm willing to take.
Right, I'm taking this 2. Where do we start with ons? 100. I've got 100. Hope you know not 100. 100 buyer number 141. Right, this one here, where do we start with ons? On this one here, where do we start with ons? On this one here, where do we start with ons? Kijk jullie mooi. On this table here, where do we start with ons? Kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie bezig alsjeblieft 50 rand. 50 rand, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75. That's 75, 100, I've got 100, I've got 100. Up here, no, not I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 100. Not I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got 100. 8. 100, no more. No more. Tabo. Right, I'm doing this one. On this table, you can take one or you can take both. The price you hear from me is the price for one. The highest bid, I can take one or both. Where do we start with ons? Kijk jullie mooi. Table, start with ons, kijk jullie mooi. On these tables, here, where do we start with ons? On these tables, where do we start with ons? 50 rand. 100 of what you know for each ne. 100 of what you know not of what 100 of what you know not. At 100 of what you know not of what 100 of what you know not. Alman klaar. Alman 8 yen 100. For taking 2 times 2. Buyer number 141. Right for the small study table deck. Where do we start with ons? Nice portable study table. I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40. At 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40. At 40 rand, I've got 60 rand, I got 60 now. At Sestagram, I got 60 rand, I got 60. At Sestagram, I got 60 rand, I got 60 now. At Sestagram, I got 60 rand, I've got 80. At 80 rand, I've got 80 rand, I've got 80 now. At 100, I've got Ian Honor, I've got 100. Up Ian Honor, I've got 100. Ranta Ian Honor, number.
150.
Number
150.
151. Baba, don't come late. Please just bid on time. Right, I'm selling this one. Buyer number 151 is the Kueperda. Right, I'm selling this one again. If you bid, you must bid. On this one here, lot number 125. How much? I've got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75, 100, I've got North, I've got 100. Up here, North, I've got 100, I've got North, I've got 125. At 125, I got 125, I've got 125, 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150. At 150, 175, I got 175, 200. Up to your North, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2 now. At 225, at 225, I've got 225, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 250, I've got 250 now. 275. At 275, I got 275. 300. 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 honor. At 300, I've got 325. At 325, I've got 330. At 330, I've got 330, 340. At 340, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 350. Ranta 350, buyer number 141. Right on this one here, where do we start having ons? On this one here, I've got 100. Up here, North, I've got 100. Over here, North, I've got 100. Up here, I've got 120. At 120, I've got 120. I've got 120. At 120, I've got 120. I've got 120. At 130, I've got 130. I've got 130. I've got 140. I've got 140. I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150. I've got 150. 160. 170. 180, I've got 180. I've got 190. At 190, 200. I've got 250. I've got 250. 250. I've got 260. 270. Ranta 270, buyer number 90. Right, we are here now. We are selling this one here. Where do we start our announcements? On this one here, where do we start our announcements? I've got 100. 100 I've got here on North, I've got 100 I've got here on North. Of here on North, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150. Ranta 150, buyer number 141. Right, I'm selling this table here. Where do we start our announcements? On this table here, lot number 128. 128, where do we start our announcements? Kegele Moy, Kegele Vesarita, simply from lot number 128. On that lot number 128, where do we start our announcements? I've got Ian Honor Donkey. Up Ian Honor, I've got 100, I've got 100, I've got Ian Honor. Up Ian Honor, I've got 100, I've got Ian Honor, I've got 100 on this table. At 100, I've got Ian Honor, I've got 100, I've got Ian Honor, that's the Almantlar, 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, 160. At 160, I've got 160, I've got 160. At 160, I've got 160, I've got 180. At 180, I've got 180, I've got 180. 200. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 2 Honor. At 210. 210, I've got 2 honor 10 tina. At 210, I've got 210, I've got 2 honor 10 tina. Ranta 210, number 151. Right, I'm selling this one. Lot number skis. Lot number 129. Lot number 129. On this one here, where do we start with on Skegele Moy? Lot number 129, where do we start with on Skegele Moy? Lot number 129, Honor Trant, 100 Avodian, Honor Tavard, 100 Avodian, Honor. Hobian, Honor Tavard, 100 Avodian, Honor Tavard, 100 Avod, 100. Hobian, Honor Tavard, 100 Avodian, Honor Tavard, 100 Avodian, Honor 5 Tagran. 100 Avodian on this one, 100 Rand Avodian, Honor Tavard, 100 Avod, 100 5 Tag. 5 Tag. 5 Tag Rand, I got 5 Tag Rand, I got 5 Tag Rand, I got 50. Got 5 Tag Rand, I got 5 Tag Rand, I got 5 Tag Rand, I got 50 is the Almond Lar. Almond 8, 5 Tag Rand. 141. On this one, via 5 Tagran. 5 Tagran. 5 Tag, 5 Tag. On this one, a 5 Tagran. 20. I've got 20 donkey. 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20. 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20 is Almond Clar. Almond 8, 20 run. Buyer number 141. And this one, lot number 131. Lot 131. Lot number 131, where do we start our genoons? Where do we start our genoons? Lot no, I've got 20 run. 20 run over 20 run over 20 run over 20. At 20 run over 20 run over 20 is Almond 40 run over 40. At 40 run over 40 run over 50. At 50 run over 50 run over 50 is 60 run over 60 run over 60. At 60 run over 60 run over 60. At 60 run over 70. 70 run I've got 70 run I've got 70. 80. 80 run I've got 90. 90 run I've got 90 run I've got 90. 95. 95, I've got 95, I've got 95 as the Almond Clar. Almond 8, 95 rand. Buyer number 141. Right, these two. The tabletop and the table. For both, I've got 100. 100 of what you know, north of what 100 of what you know, north. At 100 of what you know, north of what 100 of what 200 donkey. At 200 of what 200 of what 200 of what 200 of what 2. At 200 of what 200 of what 200 of what 200 of what 200 is Almond Clar. Almond 8, 200. 141. Right, this one here, lot number 135. 135. Portable study table there, 135. Where do we start? I've got 50. 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50 is Almond Clar. Almond 8, 50 run, 141. That beautiful round table there, lot number 136. 136. 136, where do we start? I've got 100. Up here, no north, I've got 100. I've got here, no north, I've got 100. Up here, no north, I've got 100. I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150. I've got 150. I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150. I've got 150 is the Almond Clar. Almond 8, 150. Buyer number 141. Right for this ones here, where do we start? 133, 133. Where do we start with ons? Kyk julle mooi. 133, where do we start with ons? 50 rand, 50. I've got 50 donkey. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Is the Almond Clar. Almond 8, 50 rand. Buyer number 141. Right, I'm selling this 137. Lot number 137, where do we start with ons? On that lot number 137, where do we start with ons? I've got 50 donkey. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Is the Almond Clar. Almond 8, 50 rand. Buyer number 141. This one here, where do we start with ons? Kyk julle mooi, kyk julle wissig uit asseblief. On this one here, where do we start with ons? En ik begin met 50. Het 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Het 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. 75 donkey. Het 75, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75. Is the Almond Clar. Almond 8, 75. No more. 141. Right, one says he saw no miniere 139. Lot number 139, where do we start with us? Beautiful table there, where do we start? Strong one. On this one here, where do we start with ons? Kyk julle mooi, kyk julle wissig uit asseblief. I've got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Is the Almond Clar. Almond 8, 50 rand. 141 is the koper. Lot number 142. Beautiful table there. Where do we start with ons? Op die tafeltjie daar, so meneer, kyk julle mooi, kyk julle wissig uit asseblief on die table there. On the table there, 50 rand donkey. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Is the Almond Clar. Almond 8, 50 rand. Number 164. Right, I'm selling this one here, the small table key. Oh, a small tafel key, daar so meneer, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie wissel alsjeblieft. Where do we start over ons? Op de tafel key daar. 50 rand. 20 rand of wat 20 rand of wat 20. Ja, 20 rand of wat 20 rand of wat 20 rand of wat 20 rand of wat 20 is er allemaal klaar. Allemaal 8. 20 rand, 141. Right on this one here, we are selling this one here, lot number 144, 144. All those headboards, where do we start over here? All of them together, where do we start over here? Lot number 144. Where do we start over here? 100 rand, 100. 20 rand over 20 rand over 20 rand over 20. 20 rand over 20 rand over 20 rand over 20. 20 rand over 20 rand over 20 rand over 20 is the almond lot. Almond 8. 20 rand. Right, I'm selling this 141. 141. Okay, I'm selling this one. Lot number 145. Those doors there, where do we start over here? On those doors there, where do we start over here? Op die dieren daar, so meneer, kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie wissel alsjeblieft. How much? How much? How much? I've got 10 rand donkey. 10 rand of what? 10 rand of what? 10 rand of what? 10 rand of what? 10. Of 10 rand of what? 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 10 is an almond klaar. Almond 8. 10 rand. Lot number 146. This exercising machine. Where do we start over here? On this one here, where do we start over here? On this one here, where do we start over here? On this machine here, where do we start? 50. Farouk, I've got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. Almond klaar. Almond 8. 50 rand. Buyer number one. Buyer number one. I'm selling this one here. No, where do we start? I got 50. I've got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 100. I've got here, no, not I've got 100, I've got 150. 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 175. At 175, I've got 175, 200. Up to your north, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2 now. At to your north, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 250, I've got 250, I've got 275. At 275, I've got 275, 300. Up 300, I've got 300, I've got 325. At 325, I've got 325, 350. At 350, 375. At 375, I've got 375. Ranta 375, buyer number one. These small tables here, all of them together, 2, 4, 6 of them. On the small table, these tables there, where do we start? Okay, on those tables there, lot number 148. I'm selling them, where do we start? I've got 20 donkey. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 50. At 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. So the almond klaar. Almond 8. 50 rand, 141. Okay, so this one, so I've got 20. 20 rand over 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 20. So the almond klaar. Almond 8. 20. 40. I've got 40, 50. 60. 70. 70 rand, I've got 70 rand, I've got 70. So the almond klaar. Almond 8, 70. 141. Right. I'm only selling distance. I've got 20. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. Is there Alman Klar? Alman 8, 20 rand, 141. Samali shonese. Right, I'm selling this cabinet. Look at that. That is very unique. Very nice cabinet. I've got 20. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 60 rand, I've got 60 rand, I've got 60. At 60 rand, I've got 60 rand, I've got 60 rand, I've got 60. At 60 rand, 100 donkey. At 100 of what yen on north of what 100 of what yen honor. At yen on north of what 100 of what yen on north of the Alman Klar. Alman 8, 100. Right, I'm doing this one. This one's here, 7 of them, 7 of them. I've got 50, at 5 rand, sorry. 5 rand, I got 50 rand for all. I've got 75, 75, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75. At 100 of what yen on north of what 100 of what yen honor. At 100 of what yen on north of what 100 of what yen on north of what 100 of the Alman Klar. Alman 8, 100, buyer number 141. Right, I'm selling this one. Lot number 151. Now on lot number 1 on that machine there where we started announce. Farouk. 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10. Up 10 rand, I've got 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 10 is there Alman Klar. Alman 8, 10 rand. Number 1. Right on this fence. For this fence here, where do we start with announce? I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 rand on the fence. At 10 rand, I've got 10 rand on lot number 152. I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 30 rand, I've got 30 rand, I've got 30. No, 30 rand, I've got 30 rand, I've got 30 rand, 40 rand, I've got 40. 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, 40 is Alman Klar. Alman 8. 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, 50 rand, I got 50. 50 rand, I got 50 rand, I got 50. 60. 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60 is Alman Klar. Alman 8, 60 rand. Buyer number 141. Right, I'm selling this one. Okay, for this one, there's money inside. Ne? I'm kidding, there's nothing inside. How much? What 40 rand, what 40 rand, what 40 rand, what 40, 60 rand, I got 60. That's 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60. That's 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60. That's 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60 now. That's 60 rand, I got 60 rand. 1 8, 60 rand. 100. Up here, no north, I've got 100, I've got 100. 120. At 120, I've got 120, I've got 120. At 140. At 140, I've got 140, I've got 140. 145. 150. 55. 155, I got 155. Ranta 155. Buyer number 141. Rocking chair. Rocking chair. You can sit on top of this chair on Christmas Day. Where do we start? I've got 10 rand donkey. 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 rand on the rocking chair. 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 20. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 30 rand, I've got 30 rand, I've got 30 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 40. At 40 rand, I've got 40 rand, I've got 50. At 50 rand, I've got 50, 60. At 60 rand, I've got 60 rand, I've got 60, 70, 100. Up here no north, I've got 100, I've got yen honor. Up here no north, I've got 100, I've got yen no north, I've got 100. Ranta going 100, buyer number 1. Right, I'm selling this chair apart. Lot number 155. It's a beautiful chair. Where do we start with ons? Honda is toolkit, so many. Where do we start with ons? I've got 50 rand donkey, 60. 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60 rand, I got 60, 70 rand, I got 70 rand, I got 80 rand, I got 80 rand, I got 80. 80 rand, I got 90 rand, I got 90 rand, I got 90 rand, I got 90 rand, 100. Up here, no north, I've got 100, I've got 120, 140. At 140, I've got 140, I've got 140, 160. At 160, 180. At 180, I've got 180, I've got 180. Ranta 180, buyer number 90. Right, this is now 1, 2, 3. Three of them together. All together got 100. Hope you know north of what you got 100. Hope you know north of what 100 of what you know north of 100 of what you know north of the 150, 150. Change. One six, no more.
141.
Right for this cabinet here where we start with lot number 157 was started on. I've got 10 run over 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 10 is 20. See, run over 10 is 8 10 run higher number 151. Right, they're doing this window. This window is a safe one. It has got a butler. Where do we start our economics? Oh, this window. Where do we start? Start. The win. Het 50 run, gaat 50 run, gaat 50 run, gaat 50. Het 50 run, gaat 50 run, gaat 50 is de Alman klaar. Alman 8, 50 run. Buyer number 141. Right, we are doing now this one here for the door. On this door here, where do we start with ons? Op die deur daar, where do we start with ons? I've got 20. 20 run, I've got 20 run, I've got 30 run, I've got 30 run, I've got 30 run, I've got 30, 40 run, I've got 40. At 40 run, I've got 40 run, I've got 40 run, I've got 50. At 50 run, I've got 50 run, I've got 60 run, I've got 60, now 80. At 80 run, I've got 80 run, I've got 80 run, I've got 100, I've got Ian Honord. Runter going 100. Buyer number 141. Right, we are doing this window now. Lot number 160. On this one here, where do we start our ons? On this one here, I've got 10 run donkey. 10 run, I've got 10 run, I've got 10 run, I've got 20 run, I've got 20 run, I've got 20. At 20 run, I've got 20 run, I've got 20 run, I've got 20 run, I've got 20. At 30 run, I've got 30 run, I've got 40. At 40 run, I've got 40 run, 50. At 50 run, I've got 50 run, I've got 50. Is the Alman klaar. Alman 8, 50 run. Buyer number 141 is the boss. Right, I'm doing this one. The frame with the butler. 161. Lot number 161. Where do we start with the house? 50 run, 50. I've got 50 donkey. 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. At 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 50. As a start of under 50 run, I got 50 run. There's a 6. Run, I got 60 run, I got 60 now. That's a start run, I got 60 run, I got 60. There's the Alman klaar. Alman 8, Sesta run. Buyer number 141. Right, I'm selling this. Okay. This two big ones. Lot number 164. These two big ones. Where do we start our economics? For these two big ones, how much? 100 rand. 100. 100 of what you know, north of what 100 of what you know, north of what 100. Of you know, north of what 100 of what you know, north of what 100 of what you know, north of what 100 of what yen. Of you know, north of what 100 of what you know, north of what 100 of what 100 of what you know, north of what 100 is Alman klaar. Alman 8, 100. Buyer number 141. Right, I'm selling that line. There, 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them together, where do we start our economics? Lot number 163. Where do we start our economics? How much? 100. 50. I've got 50 donkey. At 50 run, I got 50 run, 50. At 50 run, 50 run, I got 50. At 60, I got 60, and I got 60 now. 70, and I got 70, and I got 70, 80. At 80, and I got 80, and I got 80. And I got 80, got 80. All grant. 1. Lot number 162 is these two aluminum ones. These two aluminium. Where do we start over here? I've got 50 donkey. 50 run, I got 50 run, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75, I got 75. That's 75, I got 75, I got 75, 100 of what yen on north of what 100. Up yen on north of what 100 of what yen on 150 of what 150, 200. Up to yen north of what 200 of what 250. 225, I got 225, 250. At 250 of what 250 of what 250 now. 275. At 275 now 300. Up 300 of what 300 of what 300 of what 3. Up 300 325. At 350. At 350 of what 350 375. 350 of what 50. Run 350. Buyer number 141. Right, I'm selling the big ones now. It's lot number 166. This ones 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Where do we start with ons? 100 donkey. At the end of what 100 of what yen on north of what 100 of what yen honor. At 100 of what yen on north of what 150. 150 of what 150 of what 150 of what 175. At 175 I got 175 I got 175. 175 75 75. At 200 of what 25. 250. 275. 300. 325. 325, I got 325, I got 325, 350. Ronta 325, buyer number 47. Right, I'm selling these ones now. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, they're the same. This one's on the floor there. Where do we start with Hanons? Where do we start with Hanons? It's lot number 165. 165, where do we start with Hanons? I've got 50, 50, and I got 50, and I got 50, and I got 75. That's 75, I got 75, I got 75, 100, I got 125. At 125, I got 125, 150. At 150, I got 150, I got 150. At 150, 175. 175, 200. 225. 250. 225, I've got 225. Front 225, buyer number 47. Okay, let's do the septic tanks. Okay, there's 2 septic tanks. You can take one or both. 2 septic tanks. You can take one or both. Where do we start on assembly of the septic tanks? On those 2 septic tanks, where do we start on those? On those 2 septics, where do we start? Each you can take one or you can take both. The price you hear from me is the price for one. The highest bidder can take one or both. Where do we start? On those septic tanks, 500, 500, 400.
200.
I've got 200 on each. To your honor, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 2. At to your honor, I've got 200 on the septics. At 200, I've got 200, I've got 2. Honor, I've got 200, I've got 2. At to your honor, I've got 200, I've got 2. Honor, I've got 200 as the Almond Lar. Almond 8, 200. Buyer number 141. You take him both.
Yeah.
Thank you. Amper klaar. Right, this one 167. 167, where do we start over Genons? On this one here, where do we start over Genons? Kijk jullie mooi, kijk jullie wedstrijd alsjeblieft. For the headboard, where do we start? Where do we start over Genons? 10 rand, dankie. 10 rand, I've got 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 10 Almond klaar. Almond 8, 10 rand. Right. 168, lot 168, Land Cruiser. The tail door for the Land Cruiser, where do we start over Genons? For the tail door. Oh, it's a Stallion. Right, for the Toyota Stallion tail door, how much? I've got 20 donkey. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. Is Almond Club. 20 rand, buyer number 141. Okay. Right for this bucket here, where do we start? We gaan ons kyk julle mooi. For the loading bucket there, where do we start? We gaan ons kyk julle mooi. Kyk julle weer saam asseblief. 100 donkey. I've got yen on I've got 100, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 3. 300, I've got 300, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 5. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 600, I've got 6 now. That's just 100, I've got 600, I've got 600, I've got 7. That's 700, I've got 800, I've got 800, I've got 8, 9. Near 100, I've got 1000, I've got yen days and I've got 1, 1. At 1, 1, I've got 1001. At yen days and yen on I've got 1001. At 1, 1, 1, 2. At 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, I've got 1250. 1, 2, I've got 1220. 1, 2, 25, I've got 125 now. 1, 2, I've got 1225. Head 1, 2, 25, I've got 1, 2, 25. Ranta 1, 2, 25 and the per numbers. Buyer number 1. Right, we are selling this one here. Where do we start? Everything, the butt and everything inside. I've got 150 donkey. At here, no, 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 200, I've got 200, I've got 250. At 250, I've got 250, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 300, I've got 3 now. At 300, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 350, I've got 350. At 350, I've got 350, I've got 350. At 350, alles inside. At 350, I've got 354. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 4 now. At 400, I've got 400, is cheap. At 400, I've got 400, I've got 400, I've got 450. 450, I've got 455. At 500, I've got 500, I've got 500, I've got 550. At 550, I've got 550, I've got 550. At 550, I've got 550, I've got 550, I've got 550 as well. Almond Lar. Almond 8. 5 and 50. Buyer number 141. Lot number 171. Farouk. 171. Farouk. 50 rand. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. Is Almond Lar. Almond 8, 20 rand. Number 1, buyer number 1. Lot number 172, Farouk. Buyer 172. There's a motor there. I've got 20 donkey. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 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 20. Is Almond Lar. Almond 8, 20 rand. Number 1, buyer number 1. So one lot, that was all 90. Right, for this keepers, for this mouse or the keyboards, where do we start with ons? For those keyboards there, where do we start with ons? All of them together, how much? 50. 10 rand, I've got 10 rand. At 10 rand, I've got 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 20. Farouk, 20. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand. Almond Lar, Almond 8, 20 rand, no more in. Right, for those wheel caps, lot number 174, wheel caps, where do we start with ons? I've got 20 donkey. 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20. At 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 rand, I've got 20 is Almond Lar. Almond 8, 20 rand, buyer number 141. 175. 175. Where do we start with ons? 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, 10 is Almond Lar. Almond 8, 10 rand. Number 1. 176. 10 rand. I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 rand, I've got 10 is Almond Lar. Almond 8. Number 1.
Where must we go? 1 second?
We must go to 177.
177. Okay, that's fine. Let's just go to 179.
Yeah, 179.
179, yeah. All of them together.
Right, when this one.
Here, 179. 179, where do we start everything on? I've got 100, I've got 200. That year, I've got 200, I've got 300. I've got 500. 600. 700. I've got 1,000. 1, 2. I've got 1, 3. I've got 1,004. Days and few honor, I've got 1, 5. Days and says honor, I've got 1, 6. Days and says honor, I've got 1,000, 1, 7. Head 1, 7, I've got 1, 7, I've got 1, 7, I've got 1, 7 as we got. 1, 7, I've got 1, 8, I've got 1, 8, I've got 1, 9. That be a days and I've got 2,000, I've got 3 days and. Up to a days and I've got 2,000, I've got 2, 1. That 2, 1, I've got 3 days and yeah, no, nothing against you. That 2, 2, I've got 2, 3. 2 days and 3 or not, I've got 2,300. 2, 4. 2, 4, I've got 2,004 now. That 2, 4, I've got 3 days and 5. That 3 days and 5, or not, I've got 3 days and 5, or not, I've got 2, 5. Huh? 3 days and. Up 3 days and I've got 3,000, I've got 3,000, I've got 3,000. That's all. Almond now. Almond 8. 3 days and. 140.
So, you go actually sell busy also.
180. On this one here, where do we start? Sorry. That one, this one here, where do we start? 180. Days and rat, 1,000. How much, Farouk?
50 rand.
Even if you put it on the scale, it won't give you 50.
50 rand.
I've got 50. 5,000, I got 5,000, I got 50, 75. That's 75, I got 75, 100. 75 is also I've got 75, 100. That year, no, not I've got 100, I've got 150. At 150, I've got 1, 2. 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150, I've got 150 as well. Almond now. Almond 8, 150, number 1. Right, let's do the concrete mixer. On this concrete mixer, lot number 181, where do we start? On that concrete mixer there, where do we start? Huh? 200. I've got 200 donkey. That year, one of what 200, what you one of what 200, what 200, what 2. That year, one of what 200 on the concrete mixer, what 200, what 2, one of what 200, what 300, what 300, what 3. That year, one of what 4, one of what 400, what 4, 50. That 450, what 500, what 500, what 6. That's us one of what 600, what 7. That's 700, what 6, one of what 700, what 7 now. That's 700, what 800, what 800, what 800, what 9. 900, what 10 days, and what 1,000, what 1 1. That 1 1, I've got 1 1, I've got 1 2. That 1 2, I've got 1,002, 1 3. That 1 3, I've got 1,003, 1 4. That 1 4, I've got 1 4, I've got 1 6. That 1 6, I've got 1 8. That 1 8, I've got 1,008, I've got 2,000. Up to your days, and I've got 2 2. That 2 5, I've got 2 days, and 1 I've got 2 6. That 2 6, I've got 2,600, I've got 2 6 now. That 3,000, I've got 3,000, I've got 3,000, I've got 3 1. That 3,000 yen or not, I've got 3 1. That 3 1, I've got 3 5. That 3 5, I've got 3,005, I've got 3 6. That 3 6, I've got 3 6, I've got 3 7. That 3 7, I've got 4,000. That 4,000, I've got 4 days, and I've got 4 now. At 4 days and I've got 4,000, I've got 4,000. At 4,005. At 4,005, I've got 5 days and. At 5 days and I've got 5,000, I've got 5 now. At 5 1, I've got 5,000 yen honor, I've got 5,010 yen honor. Ranta 5,100 and the per numbers. Baya number 141. Right on says Hisominiere Kegele Moy for I to a tanker. Both of them is lot number 182. Where do we start avec ons? On both of them there, where do we start avec ons? Kegele mooi, kegele besagait asseblief. 100 of we say yeah. I've got yen on I've got 100, I've got yen on I've got 100. Up yen on I've got 100, I've got yen on I've got 100, I've got yen on for both. At 100 I've got yen on I've got 100, I've got yen on I've got 100 as well. Alman clap. Alman 8. Up yen on 100. Ranta 100 by a number 301. We are going to do that vehicle, that bakkie there. I'm going to sell that bakkie there. That Nissan bakkie there. It was not here. I have to sell that one. That Nissan bakkie, the white Nissan bakkie. Let's go quickly there. We will be done. Right, I'm doing the Nissan Bakkie. Oh, Tibus. Sure. I'll start it. Skatsana ka kwa imoti. Mara sen ka kwa. Sharp. Kan nai bola. Right, I'm selling this Bakkie swala. Right on this Bakkie there. Where do we start? Kegele mooi, kegele besagheid alsjeblieft. Where do we start? Kegele mooi, kegele besagheid alsjeblieft. Waar hebben we ons? I've got 70. 70,000, I've got 70,000, I've got 75,000, I've got 75,000, I've got 75. That's 75,000, I've got 80,000, I've got 80,000, I've got 80,000, I've got 85. At 85,000, I've got 85, I've got 85 now. At 85,000, I've got 85, I've got 90,000, I've got 90,000, I've got 90. At 95,000, I've got 95,000, I've got 95, I'm going to sell it. At 95,000, I've got 95,000, I've got 95 now. At 95, I've got 95,000, magnet fall. Magnet fall, 100 days and Exalfat. Up here, 100 days and I'm asking for 100,000, I've got 100,000. Up here, 100 days and I've got 100,000, I've got yen honor. Up here, 100 days and I've got 100,000, you are taking it home. At 100,000, I've got yen honor days and we say yeah. 100 days and I've got 100,000, I've got 100,000, I've got 100,000, 95,000, there's that, so 95. 100 donkey, up here 100 days and I've got 100 now, up here 100 days and I'm asking for 101, at 100,000 I've got 100,000, I've got 100,000, I'm asking for 101, at 100,000 I've got 100,000, it's yours, at 100,000 I've got 100,000, I'm asking for 101, I've got 100,000, I've got 100 days and Ranta going 100,000 is yours, congratulations, your wife is gonna love you more. Buyer number 141. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Remember, next week, Wednesday, we've got an auction at Ralph Mabis Workshop in Mahikeng. Ralph Mabis Workshop in Sitlopo. We've got a big auction there. There is a lot of machinery, rollback.